Well, hello and welcome to this week's City Council business meeting. We have with us today Pastor Gene Shelburne to do our invocation. Gene?
Thank you. Let's pray together. You know, Lord, that we have a long list of things that we could groan and moan and complain about today. It's brutally cold outside, and we did not get the moisture we need so badly. No snow. We're still stuck inside, and we can't meet together due to the virus. And Zooming is just not the same. We face the same budget woes city leaders always have to deal with. And our catalog of things to wail about could be endless, Lord. But we choose instead to thank you for the blessings that cause us to smile. Thank you for letting Amarillo's virus vaccination system be recognized as the best in the nation. Thank you for local virus stats that are improving almost every day. Thank you for citizens whose decency and good sense have let our city avoid the protest mayhem seen elsewhere. Thank you for the prospect of new businesses and new jobs like the ones that we'll talk about in today's meeting. Our list of thank yous today could go on and on. Help us, Lord, to focus on what blesses us instead of what bothers us. As we begin this meeting, Lord, we ask you to guide all who participate, that our words may be gracious and our decisions wise. We offer this prayer through your Son, who gives us so much to be grateful for. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Gene, for being with us today for that prayer.
Yes.
The next item on the agenda is a proclamation for Black History Month, and I've asked Councilmember Hayes if she would read that for us.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. Whereas Black History Month affords special opportunity to become more knowledgeable about Black heritage and to honor the many Black leaders who have contributed to the progress of our nation. And whereas such knowledge can strengthen the insight of all our citizens regarding the issues of human rights, the great strides that have been made in the crusade to eliminate the barriers of equality for minority groups, and the continuing struggle against racial discrimination and poverty. Now, therefore, we, Mayor and City Council members of the City of Amarillo, Texas, do hereby proclaim February 2021 as Black History Month in Amarillo, and urge our citizens to join together in making this period of rededication to the principles of justice and equality for all people. Given under our hands and seal of office this 26th day of January 2021, Mayor Ginger Nelson, Council members Elaine Hayes, Frida Powell, Eddie Sauer, and Howard Smith.
Thank you very much, Councilman Hayes. Do we have any guests here today that are speaking on this proclamation?
Mayor, we were supposed to have Melody Graves speak on behalf of the proclamation, since she is the chairperson for the Black History Program for the Amarillo branch in AACP. I don't see that she is on with us at the moment.
Okay.
And I don't know if Stephanie can tell or not.
Yeah, Stephanie, do you see Ms. Graves?
I do not see that Ms. Graves has connected, no.
Okay. Well, I appreciate very much the sentiment of the proclamation. We are happy to celebrate that and to draw attention to the important history that Black Americans have played in developing our city and in the future of our city. They're still playing a very important role. So, Councilmember Powell, anything that you want to add about Black History Month?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say it's a great opportunity for us to celebrate the accomplishments within the African American community, as well as the legacies that are being made and left for the next generation to come. And we should celebrate not only Black History Month, but we should celebrate every heritage every day.
Well said. Any other council member have a comment on Black History Month? Okay, we'll move on to the, Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to comment on the turnout that the city had for the Martin Luther King Jr. March last month, how we're going to, and to commend our own city council member Powell for her participation in that and the words that she spoke. But I thought it was a great day for our community. It was pretty chilly and cold, and still just a really good turnout, and just appreciate our community being there.
Thank you, Councilman.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you. We'll move on. We do not have anyone signed up for a public address today. So that will move us on to agenda item 1A, which is reviewing items for the regular meeting and the attachments. A very thick packet today, Council. Are there any questions about the packet that you received? Okay, seeing no questions, let's move on to item 1B for a coronavirus update. Mr. City Manager.
Hi, Mayor. Thank you. We've got Casey Stoughton, Director of Public Health, to give us an update. Casey, who has been recognized statewide, nationwide, both for her work and for the program's work for the effectiveness of the vaccination clinic out at the Civic Center, as was mentioned earlier in the meeting. There's a number of things to talk about today. First vaccination is still ongoing, but also now started the second vaccinations for the Moderna at the Civic Center. So Casey, take it away. We've got a lot of things to talk about.
We do. So I'll cover the numbers, and then we'll talk about the vaccination clinic, and then happy to answer any questions that you might have. So as of today, we have a total of 31,880 total cases of COVID-19 in Potter and Randall counties. We have 16,308 cases in Potter County, 15,572 cases in Randall County. We do have a total of 28,403 recoveries, and we are up to 591 deaths here in our community. That leaves us with a total of 2,886 active cases. The 7-day rolling positivity average for Potter and Randall counties is down to 8%. And the positivity rate at the drive-through testing site, which is a subset of the total, is at 33%. The 5-day new positive case average is down to 132 new cases per day. I think it's a testament to just, wearing our masks, social distancing, hand washing, all of the things that we are doing to combat this virus. GA32's hospitalization rate for the 25 county Panhandle RAC region has been over the 15% threshold for 3 months now. In fact, on a call yesterday, Dr. Gonzalez from the VA mentioned that yesterday was day 100. And so yesterday's hospitalization percentage was at 17.11%. That means that just over 17% of all hospitalized patients have COVID-19. Locally, we're still in status level red. We have a total of 124 patients that are hospitalized with COVID-19. The adult bed utilization is at 85%. ICU utilization is at 79.5%. And our ventilator use is at 38.5%. We do have a local hospitalization rate currently of 4.18%. And that means that just over 4% of all of our active cases are requiring hospitalization. As far as public health operations, the drive-through testing site does remain operational, and patients can continue to call 378-6300 to be screened and directed to the test site. The outpatient BAM Lenivimab infusion center remains operational. We're still serving patients and accepting referrals by area providers. Those patients must meet the EUA criteria for infusion. And to date, we've seen 103 patients. 3 patients have required hospitalization. And so I think those are still really great outcomes. As far as the vaccination clinic, we have received a total of 28,000 first dose vaccines and 10,000 second dose vaccines for a total of 38,000 total doses. We have given right around 24,850 doses, 360 of those being second doses. We started second doses yesterday. It's crazy that today is Tuesday. The days kind of all run together now. So we did start giving those second doses yesterday. This morning, we started the day with 3,500 first doses and just over 9,640 second doses. So if you had your second dose, check, or your first dose, check AmarilloAlerts.com. We now have a second set of indicators that tells you when we have second doses available. We also have a date checker that says, if you received your vaccination on or before like December 30th or January 1st or whatever the date is on that specific day, then you can, then you know that that's your date to come be vaccinated. Yeah, so there you can see down, thank you, Stephanie. There at the bottom there, we have the date checker. And so I think that's really helpful. And then our communications team is still just running strong. We have, continue to have daily press notices, social media activity, weekly press conferences. A multilingual flyer will go out in the utility bills this week. And they started a vaccination information campaign that was pushed out on social media and other platforms that has been quite successful. So as of this morning at 9 a.m., the AmarilloAlerts.com website has had over 190,000 total website visitors, 80,100 vaccine page visitors, and most of the visitors are finding the website directly. That means that they're actually typing in AmarilloAlerts.com. And so that is great traffic to our website. People are using that website. The ad campaign, we did a specific ad campaign in Facebook, and that ran from January 20th to January 25th. And there were 36,200 people reached by that ad. There were 6,200 links that clicked into AmarilloAlerts.com, and 365 likes, 148 comments, and 143 shares. So again, a lot of traffic in that 5-day campaign. We did a vaccine survey, and that ran from January 22nd through the 25th. There were 501 responses, just overwhelming responses there. 90% of the participants rated the Civic Center Vaccination Clinic a 4 out of 5 stars or higher, for an average rate of 4.7 stars out of 5. And then the survey comments said things like, the City of Amarillo is doing an outstanding job. Thank you to all. I was impressed by the professional and efficient manner of the operation at the Civic Center. Great job. So just really a great response. It's helpful to know what we are doing and what we can do better. We want to serve our community well. And then I will leave you with some outstanding news. I checked the COVID Act Now website just again this morning, and Amarillo metro area is still #1 in the nation at 11.2% of our population vaccinated. And I could not appreciate the hard work of the public health team and the city departments that are supporting the clinic. I think today, if you looked up the definition of the word teamwork, either online or in a dictionary, you just might see a group picture of the city staff, all of the city teams, like 10 different city teams kind of all commingled together working at the city clinic. So I think it's truly the definition of the word teamwork.
Casey, last meeting we gave you a standing O. Then you come back with a headline that you're leading the nation in vaccines distributed in our city. So I don't know how we can do better than a standing O, but you topped it, and we're proud to give it to you as many times as you earn it. So that's
our
fantastic.
Team and our city are just absolutely phenomenal.
Mayor, I would also like to add, yes, Casey's leadership has been irreplaceable, and the participation of anywhere from 7 to 9 departments, depending on what day we're talking about, and all of those additional personnel that are willing to serve wherever you see a need, fill a need, wherever someone needs you to go. There's no task too small. That's the attitude that everyone's got. But I think it's important to recognize we don't get there without the support of council. So it sounds like I'm redirecting, and I'm not. I just want to make sure that you all recognize how much we appreciate the support that we've gotten as Casey and Kevin and the rest of the team created the vaccination strategy. And it was a departure from the way a lot of places are doing it across the state, not having reservations, doing it on a walk-in basis, using the whole civic center. We got the support from council to do everything we needed to be effective. And we couldn't have done that without the support of council, without the urging of council. So a lot of that credit goes to the decisions that were made a long time ago that authorized Casey and her team and Kevin and everyone else to make an effective vaccination plan. So I don't want to ignore the effectiveness that comes from the freedom, freedom's the wrong word, from the guidance that you gave to make sure that we're putting shots in arms. Our priority from the very start, and it came from council, was we want numbers. We want to make sure we're putting vaccinations in people's arms. So thank y'all. And to the team, I don't want to leave anybody out, but definitely want to make sure that we go as high as is appropriate.
We're using the syringes that we purchased. Even like Terry in the print shop is she's turning around the things that we need just on a dime. And so it's everybody pulling together. And so we could not appreciate all of our team more.
It's something as small as those syringes. There's a lot of syringes we purchased back in the summer, back in 2019. Yeah. And I remember people asking, why are you buying so many syringes? We don't need syringes right now. Well, we knew. And council endorsed that, supported that, almost blindly. So thank y'all. Casey knew.
Questions for Casey from the council?
Yes, Casey, I just have one question. Would you remind me again how many of the first doses of the vaccine have been administered?
Yes, so we have administered just right around 24,500.
Thank you very much.
So Casey, I went yesterday. Of course, I saw you yesterday afternoon, but I went to get the second dose. And one of the things that kind of impressed me significantly was the fact of even the air, the way people were acting. There was an air of excitement in there. They knew that what was happening was a really, really big deal. And they were having a part of doing something that was going to help us turn our city around. And so you would think going to get a vaccination, most people are a little mopey, including me, because I'm a pretty big wuss. I was ready to get that done. I wanted that. There's just you could tell that there was a feeling of like peace and resting assurance, knowing that, okay, we're turning a corner, we're getting somewhere. And so I say kudos to everybody who's working there, and the efficiency. I walked in at 3:15, walked out at 3:45.
Wow.
Yeah. And that's with my 15-minute wait. So it's very, very, very impressive. It's even more impressive than when I went 28 days ago. I do have one question for you that I can think of right off the bat, and that 11.2% vaccinated. That's just based upon your numbers. That's not based on everybody else's numbers in town, correct?
No, that's everybody's number, and that's from that COVID Act Now website. So, and the data that we have, this isn't going to totally answer your question, but the data that we have, we did just a little bit of preliminary data analysis, and what we have found is that about 85% of the doses that we have given are here locally in Potter and Randall County. Another 11% have been given to people who live in the Panhandle. And so only about 4% of our doses have been given to people outside of the Panhandle, which is fine. There's no residency restriction, but I do think that it's helpful just to know kind of where the vaccine is going. The majority of the vaccine is staying here locally. Here in Amarillo, in the greater Panhandle area, and then about 4% is being given to people outside of the Panhandle.
Okay, so I had 2 patients that I saw yesterday that had been to Texas Tech to get their second. Mm-hmm. So are you counting the Texas Tech numbers in this 11.2% vaccinated?
Yeah, so that COVID Act Now website, I'm not exactly sure what they calculated that, and that's their calculation for the total Amarillo metro area. So that includes everybody's work. So Texas Tech, our hospitals, that is us together as a community's work.
Okay. So one more question. This one got asked by a patient asked me this one today. So let's say that they got their first one, it's Moderna, they got it at Texas Tech. If they show up at the Civic Center for their second, will you all give them their second at the Civic Center?
So right now we know that Texas Tech, their clinic is operating. And so we're asking people if they got their vaccine at Tech to go back to Tech, just because we know that they're operating and they're giving vaccine, because we have been allocated our second doses based exactly on the number of first doses we were given.
Okay.
But if somebody got their vaccine somewhere else, like if they got their vaccine in Lubbock or they got their vaccine in Oklahoma City, then we won't turn them away. We know that, there will be patients that got their vaccine here that go somewhere else and get their second dose. And so we'll work with with our patients, we'll work with the state, we'll make sure that people are able to get their second dose. But if it's possible, like if Texas Tech is open and they're operating and it's just across town, we are asking patients to go over to Texas Tech because it's just across town and they're open. In fact, today they're open until 7. Tomorrow they're 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. So it's possible for them to go back over to Texas Tech. And so we certainly want to make things easy for patients, but we also, there is a vaccine supply kind of resource allocation that's happening. So we're kind of doing that dance all together right now.
From a logistical standpoint, it makes it a little bit, it does complicate things a little bit. We'll still give them the second vaccine wherever they are, if it's the appropriate second vaccine. But the state is sending second doses based on first doses. So if people are switching locations for the second, it does mix things up a little bit for all the people that are doing the vaccinations, whether it's Texas Tech, City of Amarillo, hospitals, VA, doctor's offices, all the different places that are doing them.
So that brings up one more thing really quick, is on the vaccination part of it, is I've had some of these same questions too, is will my second vaccine be waiting on me? And you just answered it. Yes, the state of Texas is making for sure that when they send first doses, they're going to send the second doses in 28 days. And they're going to be there waiting for them. They don't have to worry about the fact that they're, because of all the other stuff that's going on out there. And there's been some talk that, we're running out of vaccine where you may only get your first shot for X amount of period of time and it may be later, but that's not the way the state of Texas is running things right now.
There has not been a policy change at the state of Texas level. So Texas is sending those second doses. If any of that changes, I will certainly let you know. But right now, there is not been a policy change at the state level. And so we are expecting our second doses at 28 days. And so far, that has been what's happened. We've received our first 10,000, just like we received our first 10,000 first doses. And so that's happening. We're receiving our first allocations of second doses just right on time. And so we expect that to continue to happen.
Okay. Can I make one comment on the BAM part of it real quick? So how many doses, do you know how many doses that you all currently have available? So you've given 103. Do you know how many doses that you all have available?
So we're working with the hospitals on that. So BSA and Northwest are the ones that actually receive those doses.
Okay.
It's an allocation, and they're able to get more as they need it. And so the three of us, BSA, Northwest, and the city, we're all working together. And so we actually get our allocation from the hospitals each day and serve the patients. And so it's been a really great partnership, but we don't actually have our own supply. We just get that supply from the hospitals.
Okay. So I guess one of the things is I've had two friends and a family member that have had that. It's had a critical change in the way that they've responded. And I just don't know how we keep on getting that message out. And the big thing is there's a criteria that they have to fall within. But also what I think one of the biggest criteria is it's important for you to go get it within 10 days of turning positive. And that's one of the most important things. As a matter of fact, I think one of the things in it says is if you've been over 10 days, then basically you're no longer really eligible for the ban. And so it's real important for if people have got the comorbidities, they've got the age, they've got whatever it is, they don't need to go, well, I wonder if I should go, I wonder if I shouldn't go. They should go because they need to get that infusion within the first 10 days for it to be the most successful. And I don't know how we continue to get that piece out, but I think that's a real important piece. That's going to help us keep our hospitalization rate down, keeping people out of the hospital. So I think you guys have kept 100 people out of the hospital directly. And so I think that's another kudo that needs to be made. So, okay, I'm through.
Let me ask you a question. Is the second dose identical to the first, or is it different?
It's identical. So it's the same amount. It's the exact same product as the first dose. It's just a booster dose.
Good.
But it's the same vaccine. It's the same amount. It's the same everything.
Thank you. And then the second question is if I've heard that there may be more of a reaction from the second dose. Has that been the case?
I think that everybody's a little different, and some people don't have any reaction at all, and some people do experience a little bit more of a reaction from the second dose than the first. And so, I think that can be true, but everybody's a little different. So it's hard to know exactly what you might experience. I know I ran fever over the weekend, and I was so glad to have that fever because I know I won't have COVID. And so I was thrilled to run fever this weekend. But
I didn't have any fever. I had my second shot yesterday.
There you go.
At the pharmacy school. It was a sore arm, very similar to the first time. Not any worse.
Yeah, so I think, every body is just a little bit different.
Councilwoman Hayes?
Casey, on the BAM, can you restate again I know we've talked in the past that it requires a referral. So you've gone, you have a positive test. How does that process work? Is your doctor's office supposed to call the public health department? Does the patient call and say, contact my doctor's office?
Yes. So the way that it works, the physician's office or the provider's office sends the referral to the public health or what we call the ERIC call center. And so if a patient wants to call their physician and talk about that, then that's absolutely appropriate. But the physician or the nurse practitioner or the physician's assistant needs to send that referral to public health. I'm happy to send that information to the council members, but they have to, there's a screening that has to take place. And so they either have to be like over the age of 65, they have to be over the age of 18 with certain chronic healthcare conditions. And so that is, That's what we're looking for. And so that's why we need their physician's referral. And so it's basically like a prescription from their physician.
Okay. And following up on Dr. Sauer's question about within that 10-day window. And so what if you've tested positive, but you don't have any symptoms within that 10-day period, but you fall into all those high-risk categories? Is the recommendation that people go ahead and get the infusion? Don't wait until you have symptoms in case you would fall outside that 10-day window.
Yes. So anybody, and again, that's again why you really want to talk to your healthcare provider. But if you have, if you're positive and you fall into those high risk categories, then you would be a candidate. If you have mild symptoms, minimal symptoms, whatever your symptomatology is, you would fall into that category.
And then in layman's terms, can you tell us what's in the BAM infusion? I keep encouraging everybody in those high-risk categories. It's like, this is a great resource. Please follow up on it. Take advantage of it. And then I had someone ask me, well, what's in it? And it's like, let me talk to Casey. I'm sure I can't repeat it, but let me get her to explain it.
So I will not do it justice like Dr. Bell would, or Dr. Milton, or one of the physicians, but it's a monoclonal antibody. And so what that does is it attaches to one of the spike proteins and does its magic. And so that is my nurse rendition of kind of boiling it down, but it's a monoclonal antibody. And so it helps to help you to fight off that the effects of the COVID-19 virus. And I'm happy to get you a better definition of that. Maybe Dr. Sauer can even help us out, but that would be my nurse definition for you.
Well, Casey, then you can tell me if this is a right definition. My short definition that I tell patients when I tell them about it is it's an antibody booster for your body. Your body doesn't have the right antibodies, so these two companies have found out how to boost your antibodies. It's almost kind of like the equivalent of you're really tired, so you take a B12 shot to help you get back into the right place. And so it's an antibody booster infusion that just loads your body with a ton of antibodies that can help fight off the COVID.
And I understand it's a short-term shelf life inside your body, which contrasts the vaccine that's more of a long-term. So your BAM antibodies would stay maybe 60 to 90 days, whereas the vaccine, some are showing antibodies 12 months. So they're similar in that they both boost your antibodies, but they have different shelf lives. Is that right, Casey?
Yes. So if you have received that bamlanivimab infusion or Regeneron or one of the monoclonal antibodies, then you would need to wait 90 days to get your vaccine, because you have that it's called an active antibody protection. And so your body has those antibodies already in your system. And so then once you have the vaccine, then your body really creates more of a memory. And so when you are exposed to the vaccine, then your antibodies really kick in and they build more antibodies. It's kind of like a copier. So your body starts making copies of that antibody once you're exposed. And that's what the vaccine really does, is it kicks in, it turns on your copy machine. And so you create more antibodies once you're exposed. And that's what the vaccine does, is it turns on your copy machine. And so I think Moderna, the last I saw, the Moderna vaccine, they predict around 2 years protection. And we'll have, more information as time goes on, and we'll see kind of what that looks like. But so if you've had the monoclonal antibodies, then you kind of have those antibodies already floating in your system, and then your copy machine will kick on once you get the vaccine and you're exposed. And so they do just kind of serve two different purposes, and both are very, very important.
Thank you, Casey. That's definitely layman's terms. That's very helpful to be able to answer those questions. And then I have a question related more to the PCR test and some of the changes in the CDC guidelines, and then the World Health Organization had come out this last week, just changing the recommendations on those test cycles, that their feedback has been that the test cycles have been set too high and are catching individuals that have traces but not enough viral load to actually be contagious. And so who determines those rates, those rotation levels? Will that be a change done at the state level, per laboratory, citywide? Can you kind of walk us through that?
So that's a change that's done at a policy level. And so each of the labs receive like a kit that has all of the needed reagents to do the PCR. And so that is set at a like more of at a policy level, either at the federal or state level. And so we would expect any changes like that to occur at the either federal or state level, and then the lab will take care of that, and we will continue to see results reported to us as either detected, non-detected, positive, negative, whatever those results are that we expect. On the provider side, we will still see those. If there are any changes at the laboratory, then those will be changed at the laboratory level and on up.
Okay, and so I'm hoping they would notify you when that does happen, because it will change our statistics. Kind of looking at the data, I think it's a good move, but it's going to be comparing apples to oranges, because if you had a test that had a much broader net being cast, and then you're narrowing it to those that are actually more contagious, that will change. So if they notify you, that would be great if you would pass that on to us when we start looking at new numbers and see how that changes. It's almost going to be like a reset on our numbers to see our infection rates, which is, I'm sure for your statisticians and everyone in your department, is wonderful news.
If they do, I certainly will. They may. I think that it depends. If you are wanting to catch everybody and to really slow that spread of disease so that you can isolate and quarantine, which has certainly been the goal in this disease, then it just kind of depends on what you're looking for. And so if we hear of any policy changes, we'll certainly let council know.
So Casey, on that note, this is what I've heard, and would you either confirm it or tell me I'm wrong? I've heard that whenever you do the rapid test, that the amplification is a lot more normal than whenever you do the normal PCR test.
So I would have to look into that, on those rapid tests, and it kind of depends on what you're looking at. If you're looking at an antigen, or if you're, what kind of test you're looking at. But there is some kind of, there is some amplification that takes place. It's probably not as much in a PCR as in a PCR. But the PCR is definitely, which is why, I'm sorry, I'm kind of talking in circles here, but which is why if you get a negative on a rapid test, you certainly want to follow up with a PCR. If the patient is symptomatic, and, if they're in certain situations, you would want to follow up with a negative.
Yeah, I think it will be a good change, in that the goal is we want to identify people who are at risk of infecting other people. And that's the goal. And if that is on a more focused target and not including people in that category that aren't contagious, then it also helps return to comfort levels of contagion.
Casey, I know that we've said this, but I just want to make sure everyone understands there's no cost to receive a vaccine, correct?
Correct. Those are free.
Okay. And Howard asked about the second dose. This is a question I've had too. It's chemically exactly the same as the first dose, but it comes labeled separately as a second dose. Is that right?
No. So we have, we get separate shipments. We have to keep in the back, we have to keep the big numbers separate, but they will even have the same lot number. So it's literally absolutely the same as the first dose. And
Okay.
so we just have to keep our numbers separate. And so they're the same.
Thank you for clarifying that for me. I know you mentioned the website earlier, AmarilloAlerts.com, and it tells you right there whether we have vaccine or we don't have vaccine. So please check that before you get in your car and come down to the Civic Center. We want to provide you with good customer service, and it's not good if you show up and we're out of vaccine. So check that. And there's also a tab on that website for frequently asked questions. And there's a lot of information there if you just want to know about the vaccine or about BAM, or a lot of what we've been talking about today is answered in those frequently asked questions. And I know the communications team and Casey put a lot of time into putting that resource out there. So I want the community to know about that FAQ list that's on the website. Casey, I heard yesterday, I think it's a rumor. That's why I want to give it to you so that we can get the facts out there about it. There was a rumor that there had been some deaths in our nursing home residents as a result of receiving vaccines. Do you know, or have you heard anything about that?
No, that has certainly not been reported to us, and it would certainly not be something that we would expect.
And yet we would expect to know about it if it had happened.
Yes. So any kind of an adverse event is reportable to what's called the VAERS system. And so that would be reportable.
Okay. So I think that is a rumor, and I want citizens to know the facts about that. The last thing I was wondering, it might not so much be a question to Casey, it might be more to you, Jared. I think it would be helpful if we had an update on our coronavirus expenses. What we've spent as a city, what of it has been covered by federal dollars, what of it we've covered out of our budget. But I wondered if at the next meeting we could have an update on coronavirus expenses and how we've spent the federal dollars that we've received. Maybe if you could push that out to council once you have it ready, and then we have a presentation on it at the next council meeting.
Absolutely. Yeah, we can get that ready to push out to council, ASAP, and be prepared to present however you want to a city council meeting.
Okay. Great. That's all my questions. Anybody else have a follow-up? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I just have one follow-up, and that is I just wanted to say thank you to Casey very much. As Casey knows, I was there yesterday, but she did not know that I was there this morning at 11:15. And I was actually sitting out in the audience watching the people as they get their vaccines and they go into the monitoring area. But I heard nothing but good, kudos to what we as a city are doing. And so I know that the credit goes to you and your team. So I just want to say I so appreciate it very much. I was trying to be in disguise, but a lot of folks recognized me even with my mask on. So, but I was there. I sat there for about 45 minutes and just watched the entire process, the operation, and it is truly amazing. It really is.
Jordan doesn't like it when I say that that our cattle management skills have been put to the test. Jordan doesn't like it when I say that, but
they
I
are
think
working
West Texas, it's the truth. So
yeah, they're working very well, and the citizens that I watched and talked to, I mean, they were just very pleased in how professional everyone is and how smooth and quickly the process was moving. So.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mayor, I will tell you, we are using bands, so a different colored banding system based on if it's your first or second dose, and that only helps us keep track of numbers, and so it doesn't note any difference in vaccine other than if it's your first or second dose, so that we can keep track of numbers on the administration side. So that may be something that you may have heard.
Casey, I had one citizen who was concerned that if we ran out of first doses, how would we know? Are we keeping a tab of the numbers given? And that's the answer, is that yes, you are. You have this X number of bands when you start the day. It ties to the number of first doses that you have allotted. And so when you get to the bottom of that bucket, you can tell people at the front door, we're no longer giving first doses today. And the website will change to say first doses are no longer available. But the clinic may still be open for second doses.
Right. Yes, because we don't want people standing in line if they don't need to. Like you said, we want to provide the best customer service possible, and so we wanted that count at the very front door so that that people could know ahead of time if so that they didn't have to stand in line if there wasn't a vaccine for them. But today there's plenty of vaccine, so people are welcome to come.
Mayor, I think that's a really good point that bears crossing the T and redotting the I. It's really frustrating anytime someone big center and they work to get out of their car and get up to the front door, and then they find out that we don't have any vaccines for them. We're going to do everything we can to post those vaccines availability on the website in real time, so people will know if there's a first dose available for them or if there's a second dose ready for them. We do ask for people's patience. There's a lot of things that we're juggling and managing as we go through this. I really think that we've got it all ironed out to where it should be flawless. But everyone can help themselves a little bit by just checking the website before they come to make sure that we're operating on the phase that they need, on the shot that they need, whether it's a first shot or a second shot. Anything they can do to help that out on the front end and check out the website is going to help them. It's going to help us on the verification side.
Anything else then, Council, on COVID? Okay, Casey, thank you. Many kudos to your team and to all the city departments that are working on this for our city. Yes. Round of applause for all of you.
Thank you very much.
I want to pause for just a minute. I saw Miss Melody Graves joined our call. And so, Melody, we would love to have your comments about the proclamation that we read for Black History Month. Welcome to the meeting.
Yes, thank you for having me. Hope everybody's doing good today. Sorry that I was late. Just want to say on behalf of the Amarillo Branch NAACP and North Heights Advisory Association, just want to thank you guys for the proclamation today. As February begins, we want everybody to understand that Black History Month is part of American history, and that it is very important that we understand where we came from so that we know where we have the power to go. So I just want to thank you guys for acknowledging this with us, and I hope that you guys continue to celebrate this with us, not only in the month of February, but throughout the entire year. Again, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. And as Councilwoman Powell said, after Councilwoman Hayes read the proclamation, it's a joy for us to celebrate diversity in our community. And we want to celebrate diversity from all different types of culture and ethnic backgrounds. And we want to celebrate it every day. So thank you to Black History Month and to NAACP for bringing this to us, because it just gives us an opportunity to do just that, celebrate it.
Yes, definitely. We hope that you guys will join us virtually for some of the celebrations that we have. You can find information on our websites on Facebook. So it'll be a lot going on. Great.
I'm really glad you promoted that about where we can find more information.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor Nelson.
Thanks for joining us today.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
The next item on our agenda is item 1C, which is a discussion of the Illegal Dumping Task Force proposed ordinance. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor, the Illegal Dumping Task Force is focused on looking at ways that we can keep our alleys cleaner. there's two things going on there: city cleanup of alleys, but also enforcement of illegal dumping. And I think it's important to note for everybody watching that illegal dumping is anything that's placed on the ground, not in a dumpster in an alley, or illegal dumping as far as alleys are concerned. So we're taking a two-pronged approach. We're doing a lot. And I know if you have a dirty alley out behind your house, you think we're not doing anything. But I can tell you, based on where we were 2 years ago, we've made massive inroads into the amount of or yet to be cleaned up customer calls for service into the alleys to clean up alleys. But we're taking another approach too, and that's to enforce something that's extremely difficult. So we're working through some ordinances. We're working through some means and methods to be able to enforce illegal dumping or enforce penalties for illegal dumping. So that's what Donnie Hooper, our Assistant Director of Public Works, is going to talk to you about right now. I just wanted you to know that we're making huge progress on the challenge of illegal dumping in the alleys and on the front of cleaning up messy alleys. Donnie, talk to us about the Illegal Dumping Task Force proposed ordinance.
You bet, and that's a great introduction, and we have done a lot of work. I'm going to share my screen with you, and hopefully everybody can see this right now. Give you an update of where we're at. We've been working really hard to do exactly what Jared was talking about. The purpose of our presentation today is to give you a little bit more information, some background, a refresher of what we're doing, some of the challenges we're facing. We'll talk about some camera system enhancements and also an ordinance overview, and then our steps moving forward with that. So just a refresher or background, somebody may be on the Zoom today that doesn't know what we're doing on this illegal dumping task force. It's comprised of a group of executive level leadership at the City of Amarillo, including City Manager's Office, Public Works Management, Solid Waste, our Code Enforcement Management Team, Planning, Building Safety, Police Department, Legal Department, and Communications. And this is a great group of people to come together, focus together, collaborative approach to enforcement, cleaning up, and prevention of illegal dumping. It's a huge problem, and it takes a huge team to tackle it. We look at best practices. We look at our community involvement opportunities. We make data-driven decisions in this group, and then creating policies and ordinance changes that are going to affect our efforts in combating illegal dumping. Some of the challenges we face are identifying those people who are responsible for illegal dumping, also a level of proof for criminal versus civil prosecution, and then just our personnel availability, people to monitor what's going on out there. And a good example of that, these are 3 photos that were taken within the past month. Just 3 examples of many that I could give you of places where people have obviously found a location and made some illegal dumping there. Even if we had cameras of the ones that we use in those locations, in order to catch these people in the act, we'd have to go back and review a ton of video just to find the time frame of when this was done. So with that challenge in mind, we have found some vendors that are security companies that run camera systems that are mobile, such as these that you see here. Some of them are mounted on poles, others are portable units that can be placed at of what we call hotspots. They're state-of-the-art, they're motion sensitive, they're weather resistant, they have night vision. They also have lenses on these cameras that are capable of making out license plates within 200 feet. I was with one of the vendors yesterday having a presentation with them, and they actually zoomed in from about 150 feet away from where the cameras were, and you could crystal clear see the license tag. So very state-of-the-art systems. They also have a detailed reporting system that comes with that, and they identify the perpetrators so that we can take legal action. And what that means to us is we don't have to go back and scour through hours and hours and hours of video, but yet when they see someone come into the location, it gives them an alert, they send us a report on who was in there, then we decide what we need to do with it from that point forward. So with that in mind, that gave us a reason to make some enhancements to our ordinance. This will be coming to you at the next meeting on February the 9th in the form of an ordinance. But we really needed the ability to impose civil penalties, similar to what we do in environmental health and code enforcement, and also first step to allow trained staff and building safety to be issuing notices of violations when they occur. The use of photographic and video surveillance footage is also a part of this ordinance, and the notice of violations, and the ability to hold the owner of a motor vehicle liable for illegal dumping if they are caught in one of those areas in the process of doing that. So that full ordinance will come before you for the February 9th meeting, so you can review it in its entirety. And lucky today on this brief presentation that we have plenty of experts that are on here that are part of this task force that can answer any questions, including our legal department and others. So if you have any questions for us, we'd be glad to entertain those this time.
Thank you, Donnie. Questions, council?
Donnie, so this a little bit kind of resembles the traffic light, stopping at traffic lights and the difficulty of enforcing that penalty.
Similar. I think the way that I would explain that is that we have locations where there are a lot of vehicles that are entering and exiting those locations at any given time. They may not be performing illegal dumping. They may just be passing through or whatever the case may be. This would just give us a tool to identify when there is actually something that occurs there, actually go after it and take action toward an illegal act that's taken place in that alley.
Yeah, providing the opportunity, making it possible for us to enforce illegal dumping through the civil process rather than the criminal process. One, it makes it a lot more straightforward. It's less punitive to the person that commits the offense. It's also less of a challenge from having to go through an entire criminal process, which is very time consuming and very expensive for both the person defending it and for the city that's prosecuting it. So this is a very straightforward acknowledgement that the owner of the vehicle is responsible for what that vehicle does, whether they're driving it or not. It also takes it away from us having to identify the person to just instead identifying the vehicle that is being used to commit the crime. We do have a responsibility, as the state of Texas has acknowledged through the registration process and other things that we do with our vehicles and with our that we are responsible for what's being done with them and how they're doing it. So this will help us. Why are we doing this? I mean, the question, why are we doing it? Our alleys are much more difficult to clean than, say, if we look at curbside cleanup, it's much easier to send a truck out and pick up a pile of debris in 5 minutes or less, where in your alley it takes 30 minutes to an hour and a half to clean that pile up, depending on how much tree obstruction and other things there are. But two, just for us to clearly communicate to people not only what you should do, but also to have that penalty out there to make sure that people do it and take it seriously. We can, for example, what we do on the highways, we can put out a speed limit sign, but until there's the threat of getting a ticket, people typically don't observe those speed limits. Well, this is the same thing. We don't look to write a bunch of citations for illegal dumping, but we can through this ordinance. And that's what's going to help our citizens with the appearance of their alleys. We absolutely don't want to write a bunch of citations, but just the knowledge that we're out there doing it, that we're trying to do everything we can to prevent illegal dumping behind your house. When I say I'm talking about anybody on this call or anybody watching this call. We want to make sure that your alleys are clean. This is just one tool to help us do that. Because if everybody's just putting stuff out in the alleys, there's no way we can keep up no matter how much money we spend. And we could continue to raise the solid waste rate to get more and more people out there doing it. But if everyone's working together, we're going to have really good looking alleys. And this is one of the tools to get there.
Councilwoman Hayes?
I just always question, a couch is just as heavy to carry out the back door to your alley and set it next to your dumpster as it is to carry it out the front door and set it on the curb and call the city. It's an incredible service that we have that's free. I have used the bulk curbside pickup several times, and even though we talk about the promise of getting there within 48 hours, they have always come within 24 hours. And so I just would remind our citizens, it's a great service. And so please take advantage of it. When we first started the program, I could understand there were a lot of people who had already thrown chairs and couches out in their alley and they weren't going to go around and carry them to the front. But now there's really no excuse to carry it out the back door when we have this opportunity. So just asking for our community to cooperate, participate, landowners, when you know somebody is renting and moving out, just passing along that information. Any furniture you're not taking with you, if you'll take it out the front, put it on the curb, call the city, they will throw it away. So just continuing to communicate and get the word out.
Good point. Any other questions for Donnie? Donnie, I want to say that this is an issue that I get quite a bit of email and calls about. So I am very grateful to have the internal task force. You had the list of all the different departments that are working together to really find solutions, not just talk about this is a problem in our city, but to find solutions for it. And I think that's what the ordinance is. How can we increase the tools in our toolbox that make our city a cleaner place to live, and citizens are going to have a better quality of life and it's better customer service for their alleys to be clean and stay clean. So I really appreciate the task force, and I hope that you will carry that message back to them, that the citizens and the council appreciate the ideas and the work that they're doing. Let us know, what else do you need in order to tackle this illegal dumping problem in our city? Because it's something that we want to eliminate. We don't want it to be a problem anymore. So, more resources, more ideas. What is it? We want to hear from that task force.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll pass that along, and I really think you're going to see some great changes in the coming few months. I really do.
Good. Thank you. Okay, the next item on our agenda is 1D, and that's reports and updates from city council members serving on outside boards. The first board report we have is Environmental Task Force, sort of related to a clean city, right, Councilmember Smith?
That's correct. Environmental Task Force met this last few days or month, and they've met monthly, and they've had a lot of debate on trying to figure out revising the existing water waste ordinance, but they kind of bogged down. And so what they're asking the city council, the city staff to do is rework the tiered rates and bring it back to this task force in April. And that would be in line with adjusting the budget that would be done in June, July, and August. And so that's where that is. Instead of us getting bogged down on how to get an answer, the staff has a lot more answers. They're also they've updated the acceptable device list that has been updated for telling the sprinkler to not run when there's rain or ice. So the task force voted unanimously 7-0 to ask the staff to bring something back to us in April, and they'll do that, and then we'll discuss that again. That's all I have.
It's a good report. Any questions for Howard about that, council? Okay, Howard, thank you. Now we have a report from the Neighborhood Planning Oversight Committee, and that is Councilwoman Hayes and Councilwoman Powell.
I'll go first and let Frida add in an extra layer. We met this last week, and there were just a couple of highlights that I really wanted the rest of the council to be aware of. And one is that the East Ridge plan has gotten off the ground. They had their first remote virtual meeting, and it does change your dynamics. It changes a little bit of the numbers, but I would say, based on the report, that maybe some of the quantity of participation was less, but the quality of participation was really great. And they have 9 strong volunteers that are willing to serve and start working on this neighborhood plan. And it was a great background of diversification, a lot of different voices speaking into this committee. And we were very encouraged with the response. And I just want to comment that is so crucial, because these neighborhood plans, they are city facilitated. They are not city driven. And the success of them hinges so highly on the neighborhood participation and people stepping up in those leadership roles to be the voice and to communicate the needs and the dreams and the visions for those neighborhoods. And so, again, just very, very excited to see that neighborhood stepping up. Something that was, I found very interesting on some of their first conversations and feedback. of what they as a community are hoping for and looking for. And number one is access to the city. It's that bridge of communication, of engagement, and language is a huge barrier. It's, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Priya, they were talking about 6 different languages they are working to get a lot of their materials translated into. That's a big hurdle. And trying to get past those language barriers to be able to connect with the rest of our community and with your local government, it's one of the things that they're really going to work on. And they are going to allocate some of the dollars that are allocated to the neighborhood planning to having those instructions and information translated into 6 different languages. And the final thing that I wanted to point out was just the way Emily and her team are setting up just access to information on these plans that I think a lot of our community would be very interested in. And Stephanie, if you can share that screen, and I'll try and talk through it as you're walking through. But one of the things is that I thought was a really interesting tab that Emily pointed out is what's called Projects in Motion. Because we continue to get questions, what's the city doing for all of Amarillo? You know, what's the city doing to help revitalize our underserved neighborhoods? And the way you, the navigation to this, you start off with amarillo.gov/neighborhood planning. And it'll take you to this page. And then you can see in that middle row is the Projects in Motion map. And then it breaks down the different dollars that are being spent in the different neighborhoods and what the projects are. So it's color coded, it's broken down by what information, what's going on in those neighborhoods. So you can see the 3 neighborhood plans that have already been adopted, and then East Ridge is just getting started in the upper right corner. So I just wanted to direct our community to that website. It's great information, and I think would answer a lot of the questions of what's happening. Because this is something that was started with the prior council. And so we have a good solid 5 years of where the city has committed a department, staff members solely to working on the success of these plans. And it's hard to always communicate what progress is being made, but I think this website and this particular tab does a great job of that. And that's the end of my report.
All right.
Excellent.
Councilmember Hayes.
Yes, excellent report. Thank you.
The East Ridge neighborhood plan, Councilmember Hayes mentioned the languages, and that was just unbelievable. We have Chin, Burmese, Karen, Laotian, Vietnamese, Somali, Swahili, and Arabic. So those are a lot of different languages for that community. And then also I might just mention that the North Heights neighborhood plan, they do have their street toppers installed, and I think that was about maybe 40 street toppers from Northwest 1st Avenue all the way to Northeast 24th Avenue. So they have those signs installed. And then in the Barrio neighborhood, they have their street toppers complete as well as the welcome signs complete. And then they have also, the Barrio neighborhood, they have also published a commemorative booklet for the individuals that have supported their street topper projects. So that's all I have.
Excellent. Good information. Those are great reports, and it is exciting to see the neighbors are the ones. I loved what you said, Elaine. The neighbors are the ones driving what they want to happen in their neighborhoods, and the city's just coming alongside to help in any way they can. So thank y'all very much for those 2 reports. Any questions from the council for the ladies?
You're welcome.
So if I remember correctly, isn't the funding for this coming out of the 2016 bond election Prop 1 money is where a lot of this is being funded out of, that citizens voted for it. This is something that they wanted, and it's being put in place and funded by by bonds that have been directly out of that Prop 1 budget, correct?
There's a combination of some of the dollars that are being allocated from bond proceeds and then also contributions from the city general budget and the county on an annual basis.
Yeah.
The bigger dollars are the bond proceeds.
Bonds, yeah.
That's where the big money is. You're right.
Any other questions? Thank you both very much for the work that you're doing with the Neighborhood Planning Oversight Committee. The last report we have on this item is from the Pedestrian and Bicycle Safety Advisory Committee. So we'll go back to Councilmember Smith for that.
Thank you. The Pedestrian Bicycle Safety Committee has met monthly, and they always have they've had a good attendance and good participation. The committee works under the Parks Board. So a subcommittee of the Pedestrian Bicycle Safety Advisory Committee worked out a plan to present to update the bicycle plan for the city. And it was adopted by this committee, and then it was presented to the Parks Board about a week ago. So it's they know what the Pedestrian Bicycle Safety Committee would like, and there's a lot of things there. Probably need to send a copy to each council member what that report is so you can read it. Should have asked for that before now. And then something that's happened here just in the last few days, it made front page that TxDOT is going to work on making it safer to cross Amarillo Boulevard. That started because of this committee that asked for policemen to give reports on where pedestrian bicycle accidents take place. And more were taking place on Amarillo Boulevard. And so we asked TxDOT if they would participate in that. And we're going to be asked to maintain those crossings. And so I would compliment the committee for helping on that. That's all I have.
Excellent. I mean, I feel like that deserves a standing ovation because if one life is saved, that's the work of that citizens committee is doing what they agreed to do when they came on board, and that committee is making an impact in the city. So I'm excited to see that work come about. I appreciate that report. Howard, do you guys at rest of council have any questions or comments about that?
So Howard, on the Emerald Boulevard thing that's being worked on with TxDOT, are they looking at like what happened on Georgia Street, like the hawk device? Isn't that what it's called? Is that what they're kind of looking at, or do you know?
Donnie Hooper, are you here? Can you answer that question?
We're actually approving this item on this agenda on item K. Donnie, if you're available, describe it and compare it to Georgia and what we have on the rails to trails.
Okay. Yeah, it's a lot exactly the same. They have two locations that they're going to put it on the boulevard where they've identified some pedestrian issues there. So that is an item that's coming up on the agenda and give you a more detailed description of it when we get to it. But it's exactly the same look as the Georgia Hawk is.
Okay, thank you.
And what that means is the pedestrian can push a button and actually stop the signal, stop traffic, so they can cross safely.
Yes, and also compare it to the one that's going to Texas Tech from the hospital district.
On Coulter, yeah. Okay. Good report. Howard, is that everything?
That's all I have.
Okay, no questions for Howard? Okay, funny, I've started watching for y'all all have tell signs when you want to say something. It's not just when you turn your microphone off or, but anyway, I thought one of y'all was giving me your sign, so I was waiting for you, but we'll move on.
So you're saying we should not play poker with you?
Well, I'm sure I have the same tell signs. So, I mean, you can read me just like I can read you, right? Okay, item 1E is an update on building safety department. So, Mr. City Manager.
Right, Mayor. We are going to give you just a brief update of some of the reorganization efforts we have going on in building safety, some of the personnel changes we have going on, some technological enhancements we have underway and will be rolling out very shortly. We have recently commissioned some outside assistance to study our building safety department and make recommendations for organizational or for reorganization or for operational enhancements. So Andrew's going to give us all of that. We are going to give you an update at an upcoming meeting in February, probably, about the rollout of our new online plan submission and program and project management system. It's a component of the Tyler software system that we've rolled out citywide. But this will be going live soft in February and for good likely in March. And we'll give you a very detailed update on all of the customer service, the business friendly and operational aspects of that rollout at a future meeting. And Andrew might hit on some of the components of it, but we're definitely going to give you a very detailed briefing on that at an upcoming meeting. So, Andrew.
Yes, sir. So as Jared mentioned, some of the topics we wanted to cover today, just briefly, since building safety has been a little bit of transition the last 6 months, we wanted to touch on the SGR, Strategic Government Resources Assessment that we had done, a brief update on the staffing and the organizational chart and some of the changes we've been working on just in the last month, as well as some of the improvements we've made to customer service and other updates that we want to keep you in the loop on, as well as our development community that are watching. So the SGR assessment started in late summer. We completed it just this past winter, around November is when we got the final report. It took a hard look at our organizational structure for the department, some of the functions of the department, as well as the staffing levels. And part of that, the consultant looked at our different comparable cities. He looked at Lubbock, Midland, Odessa, Abilene, and Wichita Falls, really to get a feel for our staffing levels, how we compared as far as the allocation of resources, our certifications, our salaries, just to get an idea how we compete, because one of the issues the department has faced in the past is turnover. A lot of our employees, once they're here for a couple of years, they'll move to the private sector. Just some of the trades like plumbing and others pay a little bit better at times than the city does. So that's something that we have to compete with. So we wanted to get a little feedback from our comparable cities. Some of the highlights that the consultant recommended in the plan, it talked a lot about cross-training, particularly with our plan reviewers and our building inspectors. They look at a lot of the same information. Either they're inspecting in the field or they're reading it on the plan. So there's a lot of opportunity there to look at cross-training in case we have any turnover in the future, able to fill that gap to make sure we can make adjustments as needed based on our workload, whether it's heavy plan review season or if we have live inspections, that sort of thing. We did compare the salary reviews, so we have a lot of data on how we compare salary-wise. We are lower in some areas, which is something we can look at with HR and the budget process as far as the salary surveys. Another thing he touched on and provided a good program for us to review is our certification phase. A lot of the employees that come to the city, we have to train them when they come in. So they don't have the certifications through the International Code Council that we'd like. So it's something we have to invest in our employees, make sure they get committed to getting those certifications, whether it's plumbing, building inspections, plan review certifications, code enforcement, all of those things. So he really laid out a good certification program that also helps tie to the salary. So we have something in place now that if you get, say, your plumbing license, you get additional pay. But he really took a look at it holistically and offered some suggestions for us to review in the budget process and how we might tweak that a little bit to make us more competitive. He also gave us some recommendations for changes to our organizational structure, which I'll touch on the next slide. And then he also recommended more intensive training once we get someone on board, really coming up with a plan to get them involved across the department as far as out in the field, having hours with our inspections, really to cross-train. The goal of becoming, on the next bullet there, is combination inspectors. So instead of just someone focusing on building, they can look at building, mechanical, electrical. It really helps they can go to one project and inspect all of it versus we have to have somebody come in for each trade. So that's something we want to move forward on as well. And then he touched a lot on reporting and basically being more transparent on our website as far as the information that we're able to share with our citizens and customers as far as our permitting activity, where things are in the process. So those are things we're working toward as well. And then he had this bullet that I had here last as one of the things he touched on is really building internal and external trust by working to develop our professional workforce that can meet the public's expectations when it comes to the building safety department. So as far as the staffing and organization, in June 2020, of course, you recall there was the overall city organizational structure change that placed building safety within the Planning Development Services umbrella, along with Fire Marshal and Environmental Health, really to try and increase efficiency of a lot of our departments that work in the development-related review process. So that took place, and then another update that occurred recently that you're all aware of is our building official resigned in December. So we've been reviewing that and our next steps as far as recruiting a new replacement for a full-time building official. In the meantime, Johnny Scholl, who served as deputy most recently, he is serving as interim building official currently. We are working with SGR to have a more long-term interim candidate that is hopefully going to start in mid-February, similar to animal management and welfare. He'll come on probably for up to 6 months and really kind of help us through the process, give us suggestions as far as his view of the department that will help us as we go forward to try and find that full-time replacement. Part of that process, we will be working with HR to put together a recruitment brochure for that. We're also going to be working with our various boards that work with building safety, whereas the Construction Advisory and Appeals Commission, ZBA, maybe even Planning Zoning as well, to get their feedback of what they'd like to see in a building official that we can include in that brochure. And then we've also talked through maybe more of a public engagement process when we get the finalists to really get input on the different candidates that we might have for that position that we thought would be helpful just because of the nature of this position and how involved it is with the development community. We thought that would be helpful. Lastly, I just want to touch on the organizational changes. We did have one position recommended in the SGR study for a reclass, and that was our chief that was really over the code enforcement area has been reclassed to a deputy building official over administrative services. His priority is going to be the permit tech side of the house where all the intake takes place, code enforcement, budget, customer service, all of the administrative services side of the department, which we think will be a big help on increasing our communication efforts with the public. We also have filled a lot of our community improvement inspector positions. One of those has the ability right off the bat to help us with plan review. So he's going to be one of those that cross trains and works in both areas. We also have a new administrative specialist position that's helping the building official with some of those overall strategies to help make improvements to the department. And then we have a plan reviewer now that we're going to have really solely focused on the customer service intake and interaction side, which is allowing our other plan reviewers to focus strictly on getting those plans out the door. So instead of having to stop what you're doing, help customers and go back to your plans, it really allows one person to kind of take that on and then communicate with our plan reviewers after the plans are submitted. We think that'll really help our customer intake process. As far as overall customer service and other updates, Tyler InGov, as Jared mentioned, is coming forth for a soft launch starting next month. We'll have certain contractors that are going to help us out kind of testing the system before it really goes fully live. We'll also be coming back next month with our full plan of how we're going to implement it, offering training for the community, how to use the system, what the abilities are of it compared to our current software moving forward. We're also, when our new interim comes in, we're going to be taking a look at all our performance metrics and goals and making sure we're in line as far as our permit review times and being more transparent on getting permits out the door and making sure our inspection times are staying reasonable and meeting the expectations of the community. We've also got a third-party plan review contract in place, and actually we're having a revised one that's coming to council very soon. This one's really helped with commercial projects that come through, especially when we had some turnover in the plan review, just to allow us to not get behind with some of those plan review documents. Reporting is something else we're going to be working hard on in the future. Right now we have the standard monthly building reports that you can find online. We want to really be more proactive of pulling some of that data that would be most helpful to the community. Like, for example, we get a lot of questions on single family permits. You really have to go month by month to pull that data, but you really don't see the overall picture. Just for example, last year we hit our highest building permit count for residential, almost over 570 permits, which is the highest we've had in 10 years. That's something that we hear a lot about, is how many permits we issue for new family homes. So it's going very strong. Between 2010 and 2020, we've had an average of 497 permits. Now we're actually getting closer to hitting 600. So that's just information that would help our development community understand what the market looks like. So some of that stuff where we can be more proactive, sharing the data that we receive. And then a couple others, outreach. We want to be more proactive in calling on our contractors and those that submit plans. We have a lot that are sitting there either waiting for revision, so it's already been reviewed by us, but the clock's still ticking because we're waiting for a resubmittal, or maybe a contractor's not been selected. So we want to be more proactive, just calling and reaching out to them, making sure they're still aware of what we're needing so we can get it processed, get it out the door, and just make sure nothing's really hanging up on our side of the process. And then another thing we're going to kick off that Councilmember Smith really started a little over a year ago is having regular ongoing meetings with our development community, contractors, trades, just to continue to seek that feedback and have that conversation with them to make sure we're going to be continuously improving the operations of the department as we move forward. And then the last thing we're working on is the code update, and it's gone through the board for review. Next steps are going to all our trades boards, associations, and really getting feedback on all the suggested local amendments. And then that'll come to City Council for consideration over the next few months to bring those codes up to 2018 level. So we're happy to answer any questions. Also have Johnny Scholl on the meeting in case you have any specific operation questions that he can help answer.
Council questions?
So how long has it been since the codes have actually been really looked at thoroughly and updated?
I believe, Johnny, that was 2015.
Yes, our last code cycle is 2015. So we started that, I think, around April of 2014.
Okay.
Typically, the city would replace their building codes within a year or two after the IBC, the International Building Codes, are updated. If they make any changes to that, it's going to be called exceptions, where they just decide what they're not going to take out of that new building code. So we just haven't done that in a while. Johnny, is that about right with what most cities do?
Yes, sir.
Andrew, I had a question, just on the certification and training, when we're bringing people in-house, what I'm hearing you say is just a lot of times we're having to start from scratch. And the licensing or certification, are there any programs where that could possibly be done in the community? Or, I just had the thought if that's something that would be provided through Amarillo College, where training is then not just, I don't know if it's too narrow of a skill where you find a job with that, where we just are going to have to train our own people, or if it's maybe something that we could outsource to provide more job opportunities and education opportunities for our citizens.
I can let Johnny touch on that in a little more detail, but it's the International Code Council that offers a lot of that training, the certifications. So they have specific approved curriculum that you have to use to qualify for those certifications. I'm not sure if we have any locally that provide that. I know they get a lot of it online, online training, but most people that apply, typically, you're not going to find as many switching from city to city. The ones that you get with experience are the plumbers that have a plumbing license, and that's what's required by the state. All the rest are really kind of city requirements that we encourage through the ICC. process.
A little bit more detail on that is we do hire qualified people that have backgrounds in what they're inspecting, but they don't have the ICC certs. So basically, like our combination program that we started a year ago, we have some gentlemen, we have 2 of them right now. All of them have their building, electrical, mechanical, and their plumbing inspector's license. There's 2 types of licenses for plumbing. You have your Texas State Board of Plumbing license, and then you have an inspector's license. One of them was a plumber, one of them was not a plumber, and we had to train them an additional 200 hours in site on the job here to get him to be able to go down and take that test. So it's not that we don't have anybody that's really trained. We have everyone that's trained in their field, and then we have to do additional training. And that would go for anybody that is hired anywhere in any city.
Man, that's a big time investment.
Go ahead, Dr. Sauer.
Yes.
Other questions? I've got kind of a long list of questions, so y'all feel free to interrupt and jump in. One of my first, I think it's an impressive list of things that need to change, and it looks like a thorough plan. I'm sure it's been worked on. Obviously, SGR is a consultant we trust. The city has a good relationship with them, but I can tell that you guys in leadership, Andrew and Johnny, have been working on specifics of that plan. And so my question to you, Jared, is what do you need from the council in order to implement this plan? Because it's one thing to have a great idea, but the value is in the execution of it. And so I like what I saw today. I think council's nodding their head. They like what they saw too. We want to know, what do you need from us to make those ideas realities?
Right now, we're going to focus on rollout of Tyler, getting buy-in from our constituents. They're going to be using that online plan submission process and online plan review process. We're going to focus on the reorganization, moving some people around. We're going to focus on reclassifying a couple of people. We're also going to focus on trying to get the authorized combination inspectors that we've already been authorized filled and certified. We will be coming to you throughout this budget process with some staff change requests and possibly through our HR department, some compensation adjustments. Don't know that that's going to take place. Don't want to make any promises to our inspectors loosely on a council meeting. But all of those things we're going to be looking at. So some of it's stuff we can do right now, and some of it's things we're going to do through the budget process to take effect next October. But I think we've got a lot of things that we can make positive change on right now that council has already authorized and council has already funded before we start coming to you and asking for money. So with Andrew, with Johnny, and I got to tell you, Johnny's done a great job in the time that he's been the interim building official. And bringing in an external building official is not a statement of any lack of confidence in Johnny, because he's blown our mind. He's really done a great job. Blown my mind is probably too. Don't get a big head, Johnny, but done an excellent job. And really, it's more of we want that external pair of eyes looking at the department, in addition to the work that SGR did, and also to help us through some of these reorganizational changes, because sometimes those are challenging moves, and we need to move quickly with those. So that's what that external interim building official is going to. That's what that's going to afford us. To your question, what do I need right now? We have what we need right now. It's a matter of doing it. So we're going to do it. And Johnny are going to make sure that happens. Our interim building official is going to make sure that happens. The team over there is on board. But there's always going to be growing pains anytime you make some changes like this. So they're going to jump on board. It's going to be effective. But we'll identify over the next couple of months, as we get ready to move into the budget process, what additional help we may or may not need from council. And if I was to just jump out in front of it, I would say it might be one or two additional building inspectors, combo inspectors. But it's premature to say until we get these reorganizational moves done.
So on that light, don't we need to? I think one of the problems is that the second that you get them trained up, a combination inspector, somebody from outside the city grabs them up because we can't pay them an adequate amount of salary to keep them within the city. So is that going to be part of what we're going to have to consider, is how they're compensated, so we can build a group of people that can generate rapport with the builders and developers in town, so that we can be much more successful customer service wise and getting things done and turned over in an appropriate amount of time. So is that going to probably be part of that then also?
We're looking at that through HR, through our salary surveys. We're also going to do that in conjunction with the work that SGR has already done through the consulting side. You heard Johnny talk about all the different certifications that go into a combination inspector. They are incredibly valuable people to the organization. We do need to make sure that we are paying them a salary that does everything we can reasonably do to make sure that they're not leaving to go to the private sector, whether it's to an engineering firm or some other type of inspecting third-party inspector company. That said, the sky's not the limit. You know, we do actually have a concrete ceiling that we can't go above. So we do have to make sure that we're balancing quality of life along with salary. And I definitely think we can give them a great team to work with, and there's a lot of value there. And we're definitely going to study the salary to make sure that we're offering a competitive salary to retain people if at all possible.
I think it's really important that you choose the right leader to implement these changes. Again, the plan looks great. It's the execution of it that is where the value is. And what we're hearing from citizens in the community is that our services need to be more customer friendly. And that's what I want to clearly define for you today, Jared, is we in the governance model, we define the target, and we all get in the taxi and you decide whether to take, First Street or Second Street to get there. So you're deciding the method to get there. But what we want to be very clear about is we're not there yet. And so you need to let us know what you need in order to get us to a department that we want to have the reputation for Amarillo to be a city that is very business friendly. Come here and build. Come here and open your new business. Come here and expand your new business. And every business that does that goes through growing pains in expanding their space, and they're touching these building services. They need to be customer friendly, and they need to be, we need to have a reputation for that. So, who's the right leader to lead this? What dollars do you need in the budget to implement this plan? Those are all questions that I have. I've got two more questions. One, I would really like to see this plan converted to a dashboard of some sort so that we can get a monthly report showing, well, here's where, let me pick something, software implementation. And so you have a bar that shows we're at 0% implementation, we're at 100% implementation, and you have the key steps identified along that timeline. And in that much time, council can open that and see where you are in implementing that step. So everything that was on your slide deck here that you just showed us of, this is a change that we think we need to make, this is an update that we think we need to make, I want to see that on the report card so that every month I can look at that and I can hold us accountable. Council can hold you accountable. Council can report to citizens where we are in getting these changes implemented, because the plans are great, but the real value is in implementing these changes. So can we develop some sort of tool like that so we can see a quick summary of where we are in implementation?
We're working on a dashboard right now. Andrew can probably give us a little bit more on that. We're pretty close to that. I would also add on, well, Andrew, go ahead on that.
No, I agree. We can absolutely do that to come up with a good dashboard to make it straightforward, what we're working on, what the progress is. Absolutely.
And I would say on the customer service, development friendly, we will absolutely focus on doing that. We're going to focus on being solutions oriented. We can't just be saying yes, because many times what people ask us, the building code or other things. So we have to be able to satisfy the building code and citizen safety, but at the same time, helping developers find the cheapest, fastest way to get to their project in the ground making money. So that's what we're focused on, is solutions-oriented approaches, finding a way to get to an operational project We definitely don't want to be throwing barriers. And if there is something that we can't avoid, we want to help them find a way around or over that barrier. So we're definitely focused on that. I just want to make sure that everyone understands this is one of the most challenging from a customer service standpoint, in that we are both regulatory and helping people get in the ground. So those are sometimes seen as counter to each other. So we're focused on finding solutions, and we're gonna do a good job at that. We've hit and missed on that, through the years, and it's somewhat the nature of this department, but we can definitely do better than what we've done, and that's what Johnny's focused on. That's what Andrew's focused on, and then we're going to make sure that the department's doing it.
I've got one more question. On the plan review, I really like the idea of having a dedicated person to work customer service issues. And I just was curious how you've communicated that to our customers, so that they know that change is coming. They know how to access that person to help them on plan review. What other messages are you putting out to Andrew about the new software rollout, things like that? But mainly that right now, you're going to give us some information next month on the software rollout. Where are we on communicating about this customer service representative, how to use them and how to implement that service?
That one's very new. It's about a week old, so we are still working on the best way to get that information to all our customers. We're going to make sure and put together, really find the best way, whether it's an email blast to all our customers, let them know about the change. Also those regular meetings that we want to set up, those monthly, weekly meetings, however we do the development community. That's going to be one of the first things we touch on. Here's a new process, a new way to communicate with us and go through your submittals versus the old way of just dropping it off with a permit fix. So we are working on that message right now.
I am glad to hear that, and I would encourage you to communicate, and over communicate. So just because you've said it once, we need to say it a dozen times, and we need to say it on a dozen different platforms. So getting with Jordan and figuring out what the communications plan is for many of these updates. It doesn't help anyone if we make the change internally and our customers don't know about how to access it or that it's happening. So that is a very, very key component to executing this, is that communications plan.
Absolutely. One other suggestion Johnny came up with just about a week and a half ago, also to help with customer service. We have a lot of customers that we hold their hand a lot more through the process. Maybe they don't know how to do a site plan or submit a document, so they come in, and those typically can take 30 minutes to an hour. So he's talked about scheduling in advance some of these meetings, so they don't have to worry about, is somebody available when I come in? It doesn't disrupt staff time, and really being more proactive, similar to the pre-application conferences that we do for big projects, but more specific to building plan submittal, where this person has that dedicated 30 minutes to an hour that helps them really figure out what they need.
I think most of the calls that I get at the mayor's office on development services, many of them are people who this is their first time through the process. They didn't know that's how it was going to work. They didn't know the ball was in their court when they dropped it. And so I think, I've said this to the city manager, it's so important that we design our system to expect it to accommodate people who've never done this before. We have to design a system that expects newcomers and inexperienced people to walk through it with us. So yes, they're frustrated when they drop the ball, but our answer can't be, well, that's because you don't know what you're doing. We have to anticipate. It's our job as the provider. We have to anticipate that people will come through our system never having done it before and not knowing what they're doing. So we had a basketball coach who said, if you pass the ball to her and she drops it, it's your fault, because you practice with her all the time and you know whether she's capable of catching it in the situation that you threw it in. So it's similar for us. We're the city. We do these projects all the time. And we have to have a system that anticipates it will have newcomers in it who don't know what they're doing. So I'm really glad to hear you're focused on making some changes that will help newcomers and also not take away our valuable, experts away as they're solving the newcomers from people who are experts in building, and they're doing many projects in our city. So we want the system to accommodate and work efficiently for both types of users.
So Mayor, if I could add to that, one of the going to Tyler is that workflow charts will be developed or are being developed. So we'll have workflow charts depending on what circumstances exist to set up Tyler to get people into the right system. So those workflow charts are going to do exactly what you were describing there in providing internal and external customers better knowledge of how things flow through the system and what's the next step. So we look forward to Tyler having that benefit as well. Thank you.
Good. That sounds like a great communication opportunity too, Floyd, for
Yes.
people to get the message both visually and verbally. That's great. I took up a lot of time asking a lot of questions. Council, anybody else have questions?
Hey,
Okay.
Howard, you're muted.
Howard, if you can punch your mute button, Howard, there you go.
You can't read lips. Kelly Shaw, I think, has been sort of a troubleshooter. And he may be a customer service person, but we're talking about another person. Is that right, Andrew?
Yes, so we're talking about a plan reviewer that can help with the plan submissions to really let them walk through what's required, what your site plan needs to look like, what your building plans need to look like, those that just have never seen before. So kind of next step beyond Kelly's role, more
Okay.
for safety's role.
Thank you.
It sounds like a very highly skilled, high functioning receptionist to take all of your incoming calls and direct them to the right desk and keep things moving.
Okay, good. Well, Johnny, Andrew, we do appreciate you. Floyd, we appreciate your leadership, and we're looking forward to seeing good changes coming in the next few months.
Thank you.
Okay, Council, we are at 2:48, and I was hoping we could make it to the end of discussion and then take a bathroom break. Do y'all need to do that now, or we good to keep going?
Giddy up.
Okay, let's keep going. Item 1F is to discuss the Tri-State Exposition Master Plan process. Mr. City Manager?
Mayor, we've got Andrew Freeman, Emily Kohler, and our planning team that's been working on this. I know this is something that you've been spearheading as well. I didn't know if you wanted to make any introductory comments before we hand off to Andrew and Emily to walk us through the next steps.
I would just say that I think there's a vision here that the Tri-State Fairgrounds are a great opportunity for our city as far as attracting tourism events and bringing in those dollars from outside the city, bring people here, they stay here so they generate hotel occupancy tax, they shop here, they eat here. It's good for our local businesses. That's good for our economy. We collect sales tax on some of their shopping here, so that helps pay for streets and roads and police officers. So the vision is, how can we be developing that entire area of town to be a tourist attraction and to put Amarillo even more on the map as a tourism place. I think it's good for some of our local partners like the Quarter Horse Association. And obviously the school district that owns Dick Bivens, they host events there, marching band contests and all kinds of sports events, track meets and football games that are Panhandle area schools. So I think there's a real opportunity for bringing together the school district, the county, the fairgrounds and the venue district boards and the city, and talking about, do we have a master plan? Not something that can be executed in 12 months. If it can be executed in 12 months, it's not big enough. I would like to see us put a plan together that takes 20 years, that big of a plan. And each entity working on the pieces they want to work on, but everyone knowing we sat down at the table and we created a 10 or 15, 20-year vision for that area of town. And then we can start the snowball effect of let's all work on each small piece that falls in my area, whether it's school district, county, fairgrounds, and we can look up in 5-10 years and have made substantial progress in improving how we use that area of our town to recruit tourism and larger events. So we did this, a group of citizens really before us, council, did this 15 years ago about downtown, cast a vision for it, and we've just ticked off item by item, and now a lot of good things are happening downtown. And I think from a tourism point of view, the Tri-State Fairgrounds are ripe for a similar plan that over, 10 or 15 years, pieces of it being executed can make a very big impact in our local economy and in that section of our city. So with that in mind, Jared, I'll hand it back to you, and Andrew and Emily can talk about the steps to getting that master plan put in place.
We've got a lot of different partners that we're working with here. So it's not something we're doing in a vacuum. We're doing it in partnership with all of the different stakeholders out there. It's, it's the city of Amarillo, it's the venue district, it's Potter County, it's AISD. So we've got a lot of different partners, and we're working with all to make sure that we're moving in concert with them, because it's a group effort. Andrew?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mayor. I should have been flipping through the slides as you spoke, because you really covered all the key points. But yes, so this conversation really started, I guess, a couple of months ago with all the key stakeholders really kind of thinking through what this could be, the next big idea for Amarillo. So it's really looking at that 104 acres of the fairgrounds, the 24 acres of AISD, but then really taking out another level of the surrounding commercial area, residential area, and really looking at it holistically of what the vision could be for that area, because it's kind of, you got on the west end, you've got the barrio neighborhood plan. On the east end, you've got the East Gateway tax increment investment zone. So this one's kind of been left in the middle untouched. So a more specific planning process for that area could really benefit the overall community, East Amarillo, of what that can really look like. Since the Tri-State Expedition sees over 300,000 visitors a year, what could really grow from that destination, what could be achieved. Because a plan like this would really look at not only the public improvements of what could be done on site, the infrastructure around it, but what kind of private sector redevelopment and renovations would take place just on the natural growth of that investment, and seeing what would happen as a catalyst for East Amarillo. So some of the partners that have been in discussion on this possible planning effort includes the ownership, management, program in the area. So you have Potter County, AISD, the city, the Amarillo Potter Events Venue District, and the Tri-State Expo Board Directors. We've had all initial discussions with, because really it takes all of those groups working together collaboratively to create this vision, this new master plan. The typical planning process, of course, it involves stakeholder interviews, public participation, demand analysis of the facilities, economic impact analysis, and really creating a roadmap to guide, as the mayor said, the next 20 years. Just like if you look at the strategic action plan for downtown, it's a 20 to 30-year plan that takes time to implement all the goals and objectives included in that process. So we're estimating the typical planning process would take about a year to complete. It would be involving professional consultants. The estimate that we have right now is approximately $150,000. And part of working with all these stakeholders that we're having these conversations with is the city could be, with our planning staff, a lead, but we'd like everyone to participate financially and with their skills, be involved in this whole process just as a form of commitment. So what that would involve is an interlocal as us being the lead agency and working with each one that is interested in participating financially to make this project work because it really is a opportunity that's come up now. It's not something I don't think any entities plan in their budget for. So working together maybe gets it done faster than if we had to wait through a budgeting process to find $150,000 to do it ourselves. So if it was put together, it'd be guided by an advisory committee comprised of representatives from all those partner organizations working together to help guide that process, with our planning staff working as support for them and working with the consultant. And you'd find these typical components included in a final document. It'd be looking at an executive summary, really a good inventory and analysis of the fairgrounds and surrounding area, looking at the market, coming up with a development program and framework for the plan, creating renderings and maps of what it might look like fully built out in the future. And then also looking at those costs. Is the infrastructure there to support what the plan recommendations are? What are some of those costs involved? And then also something to dive into further is what would the economic impact be if the plan was implemented? Because we already know now how many millions of dollars are invested based on what the current fairgrounds is. So what might it look like in 10 to 20 years? And of course, all those goals and objectives that would come from the planning process would be included in an implementation matrix. And then I just want to touch on where do we go after today's discussion, council feedback. I've reached out. We sent out the one pager that council received last week. It kind of really touches on all these topics that we touch on today to get feedback. I've also reached out to AIC, Potter County. I'm going to continue to reach out to others about getting on their agenda for a similar discussion and really get that feedback of participating in this plan. And then we're also going to work with the legal department to start formulating that interlocal agreement and how we go about doing the RFP process to really head down the direction of doing this new master planning effort moving forward. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
So, Andrew, how often are the tri-state fairgrounds used throughout the year? How many days? 240
days out of the year they're used. So majority of the year they have events going on a regular basis.
And approximately how many visitors?
300,000 was the latest data that I received. I think compared to like the Sawfields, I think they're a little over 400,000. So comparing those two venues, large number of visitors.
Yeah, so that's a lot of visitors and a lot of use for those grounds. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So Andrew, is the thought to get each of the partners to chip in towards that 150,000 to get that initial startup cost covered?
Yes.
So how many partners were there? Did you list 5?
It was 5. So Potter County, AISD, the city, Potter Events Venue District, and Tri-State Expo.
Yeah. So everyone, you're asking for everyone to ante up 30,000, which seems like a very doable portion out of every individual budget if there's an interest.
Right. Some may be able to contribute more than others because of course, the Tri-State Fair got canceled and activities related at the expo and the fairgrounds aren't what they were in a normal year. So we'll have to speak with them as far as what their budget might accommodate. But the venue district have some planning dollars that they've kind of set aside for planning efforts that might go toward this project.
I think it's also important to point out that, sorry, Frida, go ahead.
Oh, are all of the partners on board?
That's what we're still, we've gotten good initial feedback from everyone. What the next step was everybody was going to go to their boards and continue to get feedback from their different boards toward the project. So we're still in that phase. Initial feedback.
And what do you need from us as a council?
I think just your initial feedback on if this sounds like a path that you want to head on, and then we can work to find our share of the participation and continue those conversations to bring it back. Because ultimately we would do likely the RFP process. So it would ultimately come back to be voted on by this council and an interlocal agreement for the funding from the others. So we'd kind of be the lead agency on it.
Councilmember Powell,
Thank you.
we have representatives from each entity on the board that we've been working with on this exploratory board. They're going to be going back to each one of their governmental bodies with support from Andrew and Emily to present just kind of the one pager about the way forward and how we could work together to vision, like the mayor was saying, a long-term visionary approach to this area that's going to take it way past where it is right now. So we've gotten good support and good feedback from everyone that's participating, but they do not represent the majority of their bodies. So we have to go back and get buy-in from those bodies officially before we can move forward. But everything looks good right now.
Well, it's a great opportunity to revitalize that part of town, which is much needed.
I was going to add that I think two key players will be the CVB and also the Barrio Neighborhood Planning Committee. But neither one of those, I don't think, have dollars that they can contribute to a master plan at this time. So again, just trying to get the master plan idea off the ground involves those 5 entities. So not trying to exclude the Barrio Neighborhood or the CVB, both important perspectives that need to be at the table for discussions. But I don't think they have checkbooks that would let them open at this time to support that. So they're not being excluded. They're just not being asked to pick up the tab at this beginning step.
Well, I think whatever we can do to take advantage of what's been a big part of Amarillo for a lot of years and revitalize it and make it a valuable asset that gets people to want to come to Amarillo. I'd like to see the Amarillo National Bank venue being used more. And it may be the one that's getting used the most anyway up to this point in time. But just to be able to see those grounds be revitalized and used, and you know that it's going to have an impact on the east side of town. And I think it's very important that we take an effort and let somebody direct us and show us what can be done. And it's always good to go revisit these things and come up with new ideas on how we can better utilize things that attract people to Amarillo.
Thank you. Other thoughts? Any concerns, hesitations?
My concern is that if we don't do something, it's going to deteriorate.
Yes, ma'am.
It's more that I think it's underutilized. I think Andrew said 140 acres. I mean, that's a big chunk inside the city limits. We already have a good start to some assets there. But having a central design and strategy, I think, would be really, really effective and provide a lot more opportunities. So I hope it moves forward and look forward to seeing what that group would come up with that everyone's on board with.
Okay. I think that we're here to move forward, Andrew.
Yeah.
Okay. Item 1G is to discuss broadband internet. Mr. City Manager.
Well, Mayor, we've been looking at broadband internet solutions. Really, at the inspiration for this did not come from staff. It came from Mr. Smith and from Mayor Nelson, and they've kind of been spearheading this deal. We've got a lot of staff support. We've been working on funding sources with technological partners. We have IT Director Rich Guyon on the call as well. So Mayor.
I probably should have passed it to Howard first. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm kind of describing things that Howard needs that Councilmember Smith needs to describe. Councilmember?
Yes. Councilmember Smith, would you like to start the comments on this item?
Yes, I would. Thank you. I want to give a little bit of the background of this. I serve on a committee for the Texas Realtor Organization called an Infrastructure Committee. I'm in my second year of a 3-year term, and pre-COVID, I was in Austin at one of the meetings of this Infrastructure Committee, and we had a speaker there from Texas Connect, an organization that maps out the strength of the internet in all 254 counties. And I came back excited, and they talked about when COVID came along, it became really important to have internet in those counties. I came back and talked to the mayor, and she immediately went for this idea. And so I asked Rich Gagnon to serve on the committee and Laura Stores. And we've been meeting for several months, trying to figure out about how to increase internet. But initially, the idea was to increase the internet strength in the counties in the Panhandle. But once we analyzed it, we got a long way to go in the city of Amarillo. So we need to concentrate on that first. And then after that, if we can get that going, we can give advice to the other counties. We wouldn't necessarily have money to implement things. So the staff is not quite ready to present things, but probably next month they will. And I want to prepare you for being ready to think outside the box. Sometimes people think inside the box. You need to think outside the box. This would not be a usual thing for a city to do, but this will be coming in a month or so. So I think that's all I have for now, Mayor.
Okay. Howard and I have been talking about this for months, and I do know that staff has done a lot of work, but it's very preliminary, and so we wanted to get it in front of you because Open Meetings Act means that Howard and I have not been talking to the 3 other council members about this. So today, this is a great opportunity for all of us to put our questions out there and let Rich hear what our questions or thoughts might be, and then give them a chance to go and put that into their proposal, their calculations, and their work that they're doing. Then when they come back in a month or so, it'll be an even better presentation because they will have had a preview of what our questions are going to be. And this is going to be an ongoing dialogue between council and staff and some of the other partners that Rich has in his presentation. So we have to get the conversation started somewhere, and we felt like the time was right to bring that to the rest of the council, just to begin to get your input and see what support we have for moving forward. So that's really the purpose of today's presentation. So Jared, if it's okay with you, I'll just hand it to Rich.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mayor, Council, thanks for the time today. Let me see if I can get this shared. Okay, everybody seeing presentation okay?
Yes.
All right, great. All right. There we go. So the digital divide, or in this case, the divide between individuals or families with adequate internet and those that do not have adequate internet, that's not a new thing. But COVID requirements and the societal norms that are really coming out of a global pandemic are not just highlighting the digital divide, it's amplifying its impact. There are areas where that's very obvious. It's easy to see, like in education, where schools have scrambled to put together solutions like enabling Wi-Fi in a parking lot so that those parents who have access to a vehicle at least have a place to bring their children to do homework and have the access needed for education. But there are areas where it's less obvious. We're an example. You know, cities, like many cities, across the country, we're constantly looking for a way to provide more information or additional services online for the convenience of our citizens. COVID accelerated that. Now it's often less about convenience and more about necessity. And it makes participation and easy access to information and services even more dependent on that internet access. And it's not just cities, look at social services or banking or healthcare, where doctors are preferring more and more telemedicine to in-person examinations. And the last point really amplifies the problem. We started working with Connected Nation, which is a nonprofit that's working with communities around the country trying to solve this broadband problem. And the first data point they brought back to us is the Panhandle is one of the most expensive places in the country for internet access. So it just amplifies the issue that we know we have in our community. But it's not just coverage for individuals. Just as a reminder, critical infrastructure is becoming more and more dependent on connectivity. There are things that I know you're aware of, like automated water meters or traffic control systems, public safety. Every one of our police cars is connected and dependent on that connectivity. And it's not just our critical infrastructure. If Excel Energy wants to do smart meters in our community, it's going to require connectivity. AISD, in order to get students connected, it requires connectivity. And right now, that's mobile connectivity. That's working with the current commercial providers. That sets us up for one potential risk, and that's when you think about a disaster scenario. In every disaster, one of the first things that happens is the mobile networks overload, and those mobile providers have to truck in additional towers. That's concerning when more and more of our critical infrastructure is moving into that environment. But we have to remember, they're great companies, our service providers, but they are for profit, which means their primary responsibility is shareholder value. So their responsibility is to look for the areas of most profit, not the areas of most need. There was 5 years ago, municipalities had some leverage, they had some measure of control as when new infrastructure was being brought into a community. But the FCC and state legislatures have removed all that leverage. So I don't foresee service providers solving this broadband problem for us. And it's not just our problem. We need coverage everywhere. Our citizens need full coverage, and other organizations in our community need it, whether that be AISD or Excel or Atmos, or this is a community need. Now, we wouldn't even be having this conversation if it weren't for two very important changes. One, the legal environment has changed. And Mont Belvieu is just one example. Mont Belvieu had a broadband problem. They actually had a lack of broadband problem, I should be clear. So they took to district court, case number CV 3087, and that was getting the court's opinion on them providing internet as utility. And I can absolutely send you the court case itself and some great write-ups on what that break down the case and what it means. But the cliff notes are that the court ruled that internet in today's world rises to the level of a utility. In other words, it's that important that you must have internet to be successful in our society. And two, if a municipality provides internet without voice, then you're not competing with service providers, and you can administer broadband as a utility. And the second change has really been in the technical arena. In the last 5 years, there have been broadband options come to market, and it's driven down the cost significantly. So it's at a point now that it's financially feasible to take a look at. The approach we're proposing is to investigate that exactly, a municipally owned broadband network. But we'd like to explore a new model. And in that model, we look at open access to essential services like education and healthcare and city services, social services and banking as a no-charge option for every citizen in Amarillo. But for more expensive services, in other words, services that are expensive to provide because they require a lot of bandwidth, like streaming media and gaming, those would require subscription. And see if it's possible to cost offset the broadband network through subscriptions, in other words, full internet customers, tenants, and other partners in the community that need the same level of access across the city. The impact could be huge. You know, the obvious impact is Amarillo leads the way in bridging the digital divide, which means no citizen in Amarillo is without access to education, healthcare, or essential services. But there's some other benefits, like now we would be continually investing in our own infrastructure. Citizens of Amarillo would be investing in the infrastructure in the place we live. And we wouldn't be the first to do something like this. I just picked one example. Chattanooga, Tennessee did a project in 2009, activity project. They connected their entire community, all their citizens. And then they did a 5-year study in 2014. In 2009, there was almost no venture capital investment. It was less than I think it was less than $15,000. In 2014, that was 50 million. Unemployment in 2009 was 10%. It dropped to 5% in 2014. But for me, the most impressive result for them was that by 2014, Chattanooga had the 3rd highest wage growth for mid-sized cities in the country. So they were seeing huge wage growth. And they did that largely around the startup culture that resulted from the connectivity that the city could offer. So what we're proposing for next steps is to complete our data gathering. As I said, we're working with Connected Nation. A lot of things we know we need to quantify. Then complete our exploration of the technologies, put together a technical design so that we can understand what the cost of a build out like that and the cost of operations would be. And from that, build a sustainable economic model, because none of this works if we can't build a model that makes it economically sustainable. And also explore partnerships. I have already reached out and had conversations with the CIO at AISD on, where we might be able to partner. And there are many others in the community we'd like to really explore partnerships with the goal of bringing a more comprehensive update back to council in February. Questions?
What do you think, council?
I certainly think it's a great idea. Rich, are you thinking maybe a combination of maybe free hotspots and some sort of like a home utility network that maybe some of it would be free and others maybe inexpensive?
Yes, ma'am. So the idea is access to the network is free. So anyone can get on the network, whether that be from home or hotspots. But without a subscription, you can only get to essential services. You would have to have a subscription to or a membership, if you will. You're paying a fee in order to be able to use things like streaming media or gaming or full-on internet. But everyone should have access to the essential services.
So, Rich, it kind of sounds like that there would be a significant amount of infrastructure that's got to be created, or is this where you can piggyback like on the water meter situation, the traffic light situation? Are those things that kind of help drive down that cost of infrastructure because we've already begun to put those things in place? Because it just seems like, wow, we got to do a lot of stuff to be able to create an adequate amount of hotspots all over the city to allow, and that's a lot of bandwidth.
It is, and we're actually looking at several options, and we're exploring some partnership ideas. And you're right, there is some infrastructure we're putting in anyway for other projects, and we'll certainly leverage that as well.
So they can be leveraged.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
What else? Other thoughts or questions that will help Rich as he's putting this together over the next 30 days.
Rich, I also like what it did for the economy in Chattanooga, and to think that that would be another investment that has, that's a short-term turnaround. That's 5 years that they had such a significant amount of growth because of that. That would be an amazing result.
Fantastic job of partnering when they put it out. Not just the connectivity, but they partnered with their financial community, their educational community, and really, looked at how do we finance startups? How do we get them into our schools? How do we bundle all of this together for an offering that's very attractive for folks in our area to think of Chattanooga as the place to come start a business.
So what does this do for businesses in town like AT&T and Suddenlink?
I don't know what it does for them. I don't know that it does a tremendous amount against them either. I think of it a little bit like Warford, and in one sense, it is competition because we're providing broadband, but in another sense, it's not, because we're really, our biggest target is those without or those that can't afford. So yeah, you could look at it both ways, I suppose.
Well, no, actually, I guess my question was a little bit couched, that is this going to create competition with AT&T or with Suddenlink or with the other internet providers? And you're basically saying no, because this is going to really be geared towards helping those who have no access at all and creating access for everybody.
That's our focus, but we are going. It is in a sense competition in the fact that we are offering broadband, and it is citywide.
We did have a conversation last week with a local provider, and it was clear. They said we have no plan to expand to the northeast side of town, and they said there's nothing about that the market would support. So, again, their duty to their shareholders is to return a profit. So I think it's fair to say there would be some competition, but our goal is not to create that competition. Our goal is to provide the need for people who don't have those services. And I think we'll continue to hear from those providers that are already here in the city that their long-term plans do not include expanding into those neighborhoods in our city that don't currently have access to these services.
Well, that being the case, this actually becomes even more crucial, I think, Mayor.
I have talked with at least one of our state legislators just about what kind of support we might have coming from the state. This is one of the legislators' focuses for this session, not necessarily with dollars. I don't think anyone believes that they're ready to appropriate dollars toward any broadband projects, but they are ready to appropriate study dollars, like statewide studies showing sort of what Howard was talking about, where are services lacking, and what would it take to get services provided to those places that the market doesn't support a private company making that infrastructure investment. So I think it's important for us to be on the front end of those conversations, because should state grant dollars become available, and there are federal grant dollars offered through the FCC, I think, if that's something we can leverage to provide a benefit to our citizens, we ought to be investigating it. Any questions? Howard, any final thoughts?
I think it's interesting. I understand that Amarillo Independent School District has either given or loaned a computer to every student. That's probably over 30,000 students. And they probably can't get internet in many parts of the town. And I understand the school system has prepared at least one bus or two buses that drives up to a parking lot at a school and provides internet for students in that area. And so it's there is a need for this.
Yeah. Councilwoman Hayes, did you have a comment?
Certainly support gathering more information and continuing with the investigation. It's a huge topic. It's a huge undertaking. A lot of lines to still fill in the data. So, it's your time, Rich.
Exactly. Well, that's part of the reason I wanted approval to move forward. It's a lot of time and investment.
Well, we appreciate your time and investment. We appreciate your expertise. You've done a tremendous job since you took the helm at the IT department for the city. And I don't know, probably coming up on your 5-year anniversary. Maybe you just passed it.
Monday.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, we appreciate you, and we appreciate your leadership on this project.
But who's counting?
Yeah. All right, great. Well, the last thing on this portion of our agenda is just to request future agenda items or reports from the city manager. Does anyone on the council have a question or anything they want to see on a report?
There were two committees that didn't make it this time that probably the next time we need to put on. One of them was the beautification and arts, and one of them was the MPO.
Oh, yes, MPO, sure.
We'll have those on the next agenda.
Thank you, Eddie. Okay, let's take a quick break, and then we'll come back and tackle the consent and the non-consent agenda items, action items. Good to see everyone. Everybody ready to go back to work? All right, let's move on then to the consent agenda. Anything there that needs to come off for further discussion or questions? If no, then let's have a motion on it.
Mayor, I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Powell and seconded by Councilmember Sauer to approve the items on the consent agenda. All of those in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you. That passes with the 5-0 vote. Moving on to item 3A is consideration of ordinance number 7902. Mr. Miller.
All right, Mayor, we've got Laura Storrs, Assistant City Manager and Chief Financial Officer, to present these items, but I should say that items A, B, C, and D are all necessary to issue debt for this year. They are all items that have either been voter approved or do not require increases in the tax rate or our utility rates. So they can all be paid for either through voter approved measures or through our existing revenue sources. So Laura, take it away, and we'll move through A, B, C, and D individually with a vote, a motion, second, and vote between each item. So Laura, item A.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I have Stephen Adams with Specialized Public Finance here with us, our financial advisor, to go over the specifics related to these 4 ordinances. And I also have Bob Dransfield, and he is our bond counsel, and he's going to be available to go over any questions that you all have. We have actually not sold the bonds yet. We are looking to do that later this week and early next week. And so Stephen and Bob are both available to go over how that kind of works, because this is a little bit different process than we normally do. And as Jared mentioned, there are 4 issuances. One is your final issuance for the 2016 voter approved Proposition 1 bonds. We have a small certificate of obligation issuance for the Greenways PID to pay the developer for park amenities associated with that area. We came to council earlier in the year about advertising for that, and Stephen will, I'm sure, give us more details. And then we have two other issuances related to two of your utilities, one for water and sewer. It was in your approved fiscal year 2021 budget, and the rate increase to support the debt was put in place on October 1st of 2020, and that was a 3% planned rate increase. And the final fourth issuance is for your drainage utility system. It's also a revenue bond as planned in your budget for the current year, and the rate needed to support that debt service was put in place on October 1st, 2020. It was a 4% rate increase, and that was also authorized through the budget process by council back in the summer and the fall when the budget was approved. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Stephen Adams, and I'm going to share my screen with the presentation that he has. And please feel free to stop and ask questions as we go on these items. Stephen.
Thank you, Laura. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And again, Bob Dransfield is on with us as well. Get this slide up, this PowerPoint.
Bear with me a second, Stephen.
Okay, there it is. And so if you go to the first page of that PowerPoint, those are the 4 bond issues that Laura just laid out. And before we start, I do want to say one thing, that we had to go through a rating process. And so far, we've received the rating on the tax-backed debt, which is the general obligation bonds, and the certificates of obligation. And the city retained its AAA rating. And let me say, we had the mayor, Jared, Laura, Debbie, Floyd, and, you know, a few others to help with a pretty lengthy presentation we went through with Standard & Poor's. And they're hyper vigilant right now about revenues, expenses, how your economy is going, because they have a very, negative outlook on public finance right now because of COVID. And we were able to keep the AAA rating, which I'm very happy about. Let me just point out something about that. The reason that the City of Amarillo keeps its AAA rating is because of its management of the city finances. Because if you look at it from a comparing to other AAA rated entities, most of them are suburbs, and so they have higher income levels across because they're just like one section of a major metropolitan area. So despite that fact, we kept the AAA rating at the city. It is on negative outlook, but it's still the AAA rating. And I just want to say that that's very important, and it's a very good accomplishment. I mean, it's one I was worried about. We'll receive tomorrow the ratings on the water and sewer and the drainage. I believe we will keep those AAA ratings as well. I've been talking to the analysts, but did want to bring that out. And then, Laura, if you can go to the next slide. So I want to, quick question, Laura. There are 4 agenda items. I can either go through them individually and then let the council vote on them, or we can do them one at a time. Mayor, would you like for me to handle that?
I think it's better doing one at a time, please, Stephen.
Okay, so the first one that's on the agenda, I believe, is the general obligation bonds. And as Laura pointed out, this is the last installment or the remaining authorization of that election. It's $57,155,000 of that bonds for the street projects. We've been doing these with a 25-year amortization, and we estimate that the total Proposition 1 tax rate impact will be 1.3 cents. And I'll go over that in a little bit more detail in a minute compared to where we expected when we went to the voters. So what we're doing today is a parameter sale. We wanted to be able to sell these bonds today, but the rating agencies are so backed up they couldn't get us a rating in time. We like the rating to be out there about a week before we sell the bond. So what we're planning on doing is authorizing a pricing agent, which is the city manager or the mayor, I believe, to to approve the sale so long as we meet certain parameters. And in this case, we can't sell the bonds if the interest rate is more than 3.5%. We cannot have a final maturity longer than February 15th of 2046. And the maximum par amount must be $15,155,000. And so we plan on taking bids on Thursday. And if we meet those parameters, the pricing agent, which is defined in the agreement, which is before you today, will be able to sign the winning bid form. Next slide, please, Laura. So we went back and we looked at the general obligation bonds that were voted by the voters. And we looked at what we told the voters when we were having the bond election and what we ended up with. Since that time, we've had more assessed valuation growth and lower interest rates. So we originally told the voters on Proposition 1 that it would be a tax rate impact of 5.56 cents. The actual estimated rate is 4.26 cents, which is 1.3 cents lower than what we told the voters, and the total debt service estimated at $9,413,000. Of course, we take bids Thursday, so we don't know for sure, but we think that that's a conservative estimate. We've already sold all the Proposition 2 bonds, so we know for a fact that what we told the voters and what we have is difference of 0.16 cents, or a debt service that's $2,498,000 lower than what we told the voters. With that, Mayor, Bob and I are here to answer any questions. Otherwise, that's all that I have on this agenda item.
Okay. Council, do you have any questions for Stephen or for Bob? Okay.
Okay, so one more time again. Is this $57,155,000? Is it all? It is already accounted for in the current budget.
Yeah, I'll let. This is the last of the voter authorized debt for street, and it, from a tax rate perspective, I believe this is in the budget.
So. On this last 57 million, the projects have all been approved through the budget process, but the debt service payments will begin next fiscal year, and the tax rate increase associated with this last $57 million will go on to the 2021 tax rate. Okay. So taxpayers will see one last increase related to this final debt service issuance on the next tax bills.
Okay.
Mayor, I think it's important to note, back in 2016, we estimated this at 6 3/4 cents. We're going to get it done, and it's through getting all of our projects done under budget, and also a favorable interest market. But it'll all get done. Everything we said would get done in Props 1 and 2 for almost 1.5 cents lower than what was estimated in 2016. So. Congratulations to the team. Congratulations to council for moving projects around to be able to take advantage of interest rates and also construction costs. But it is a positive story.
Yes, and Jared, that rating is a part of that, being able to do that.
Yeah, the bond rating, we just went through those bond rating calls. They are challenging, where they ask questions about every single aspect of financial operation of the city. And we maintain that AAA rating. And Stephen, maybe you can speak to, is this the most challenging financial environment we've ever seen as far as maintaining a bond rating? It is in my career, but maybe my 20 years is not quite long enough. Stephen?
Well, it's the most I've seen too. Never before have the rating agencies put out negative outlooks on every category of municipal bonds, and they did this time. So yes, it's definitely very challenging.
Mr. City Manager, the 57 million that's being issued right now, I'm assuming those are projects all that are going to be another agenda item, part of our CIP project coming up and what we are approving. And We might just kind of give a heads up when we get to that item. If Kyle could give us some big picture things, not a breakdown of line item stuff, but in general for voters to know what this remaining chunk of dollars, what it's going to be applied to, what we're going to be able to accomplish that we haven't already finished.
Yeah, we can absolutely speak to, Laura, and give me just one, we can absolutely speak to what each one of these dollars is going to be spent towards. And when we have awarding of any of these projects, we will say on our transmittal letter and also during the presentation of the item, whether it's whenever it is in the council agenda, this is part of Prop 1 or this is part of Prop 2. So we'll make sure that you know when Prop 1 and Prop 2 money is being spent. We also have the ability right now of what projects these are going to go towards, Laura.
Yes, and if I can, I'm going to put Kyle on the spot here, but I know he's prepared for this. Kyle, do you mind going over some of the highlights of the projects that this $57 million is going to pay for? And they're all street-related projects, but Kyle, do you mind sharing some of that detailed list with us, please?
Not at all. Hot off the press. Absolutely. So these are projects that effectively every year as part of the CIP program and have been part of that list really since 2016 because specifically on Prop 1 we made a effort to identify those projects early and then stick with that schedule. We're flexible with construction phasing, including our coordination with the Prop 2. In fact, we kind of moved some Prop 2 projects up earlier in that process and Prop 1 projects further back, took advantage of some of those opportunities. But ultimately, it's the same set of street improvement projects that we've intended to complete all along. The first couple that you will actually see most coming right up, we'll have a recommendation for award for Arden Road from Song. We'll have a recommendation for our fiscal year 2021 milling and overlay project, which will be the maintenance project focused on our arterial streets for this summer. And then likewise, the fourth of the street projects where we've focused on our residential streets last 3 years. This will be our fourth and final quadrant of the project. All of those are bidding out for bid right now. They'll be coming to council with recommendations very quickly and then for construction this next summer. Currently under design, we have Western Street, 9th Avenue to 34th Avenue, as well as the Hagee and Port area there in around the hospital district, and that arterial service corridor through there. And then further out than that, we have focuses. We've talked about that a little bit in that one of the things of taking advantage of construction costs and moving projects around is we moved our maintenance projects up in that plan and kind of moved some of our arterial maintenance, larger maintenance, and possible reconstruct projects towards the back. And so those will be under design will be our large arterial maintenance portion, which includes Grand Street from 58th to 34th, Bell Street from Sundown to Hollywood, Georgia Street from Loop 335 into whatever that's actually pending some annexation city limit boundaries, and so that whatever that boundary becomes here under other circumstances, that will be the limits of that project. And then likewise, the Polk Street project, you may remember, was the project that we continued to seek grant funding on year after the TA program through TxDOT and the state, and effectively been unsuccessful in matching our funds with grant funds, but we still have our funds to spend and to do as much project as we possibly can with those dollars. So those are the examples of those Prop 1 projects.
How is the Polk Street project in that list of projects too?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Kyle.
And one other thing to note is, as mentioned, we will be selling these bonds later this week. And so at the next council meeting, we can or we can bring forward final numbers on what the final tax rate impact was associated with these, with all of the 2016 voter approved bonds. As mentioned, that what was on the presentation is an estimate. And we are hopeful it'll come in around that or possibly slightly lower. So we'll bring an update to council at the next council meeting.
Great. Okay, so we're on item 3A, which is ordinance 7902. That covers all your questions, council. Then I think we need a motion on this item.
Yes, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 7902, authorizing the issuance and sale of the City of Amarillo, Texas General Obligation Bonds Series 2021 in the amount of $57,155,000 for streets, which is Proposition 1.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Powell and seconded by Councilmember Sauer. Any further questions or discussion about the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please raise your hand. I see 5. That passes with a 5-0 vote. Okay, so Stephen, if we could go back and now pick up ordinance number 7903, agenda item 3B.
So this agenda item is for certificates of obligation for the Greenways project, which is a park project for improvements to Greenway. It's a 20-year debt obligation, and even though it's backed by the city's tax base, it's being paid by PID assessments within Greenways. And like the GEO bonds, we will sell these on the 26th and on the 28th and close February the 25th. The parameters for this sale are a maximum interest rate of 3%. It's a little bit lower because it's a shorter term than the general obligation bonds. A maximum final maturity of February 15th, 2041, maximum par amount of $1,050,000. Mayor?
Questions, council? Okay, do we have a motion?
Yes, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 7903, authorizing the issuance and sale of the City of Amarillo, Texas combination tax and revenue certificates of obligations Series 2021 for the Greenways PID Improvement District in the amount of $1,050,000.
Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Powell and seconded by Councilmember Smith. Do we have questions or discussion about the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please raise your hand. I see 5 votes. That passes 5-0. Okay, Stephen, the next item, ordinance number 7904.
Yes, thank you. This is for the drainage system utility revenue bonds. And I think I lost the
Bear with me just a second, Stephen.
slide. Yeah, I think actually the next one's water and sewer revenue bonds, right?
It is, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So while she's getting that, this is for projects whose total construction costs are $28,350,000, and they will be sold on a 20-year term. And the bonds will be repaid by water and sewer revenues. And again, they're AAA rated. Now, on this bond issue, we're going to actually take bids on February the 2nd, which is next week, because the rating's a little bit further behind. We're supposed to receive it tomorrow. We will close on March 2nd, and the parameters on this sale are a maximum true interest cost of 3%, a maximum final maturity of April 1st, 2041, and a maximum par amount of $28,500,000.
Okay. Council, questions for Stephen about this item? Do we have a motion?
Yes, Mayor, I move to adopt ordinance number 7904, authorizing the issuance and sale of the City of Amarillo, Texas Waterworks and Sewer System Revenue Bonds, new series 2021, in the amount of $28,500,000.
Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Powell and seconded by Councilmember Sauer. Do we have further discussion about the motion? Okay, all of those in favor, please raise your hand. That passes with the 5-0 vote. The final item, Stephen, is ordinance 7905 on drainage utility.
Yes, thank you. So again, this is the drainage utility bonds. It is to finance a total construction amount of $10 million, and it will be over a 20-year term. The bonds are expected to be paid by drainage utility revenue systems. In fact, that's what is pledged. Particular item, we also are selling on February the 2nd and closing on March the 2nd. Parameters are a maximum true interest cost of 3%, a maximum final maturity of August 15th, 2041, and a maximum par amount of $10,100,000. Mayor?
Any questions for Stephen about this item? Okay, do we have a motion?
Yes, Mayor, I move to adopt ordinance number 7905, authorizing the issuance and sale of the City of Amarillo, Texas Drainage Utility System Revenue Bonds, Series 2021, in the amount of $10,100,000.
Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Powell and seconded by Councilmember Smith. Sorry, looked at Sauer, said Sauer. Any questions or discussion about that motion, Council? Okay, all of those in favor, please raise your hand. That passes with a 5-0 vote. So Bob, Stephen, we appreciate your work on these for us very much. It's great. We really appreciate the long-term relationship that we have with you guys, and especially after a year like this. And I appreciate the compliments to our team about the ratings call, but we rely heavily on the counsel that you give us to prepare that. And I will say that Laura and her team were very thoroughly prepared on lots of different areas for that call. And it's sort of like, well, I feel like it's sort of like going to appellate court. Those guys can stop you in your presentation and ask you anything about any area of the city. And so Laura has to come absolutely ready, Debbie, and they did that. And so good job. And we appreciate the counsel and the coaching that we get from Bob and Stephen to help us with that.
Well, thank you. We appreciate it. Appreciate working with the city very much.
Indeed, it's our pleasure.
Good, great. Okay, we'll move on to item 3E. Laura, unless you have anything else to finish on those 4 items.
No, Mayor, I think that covers everything on them.
Okay, good, good. Thank you.
Y'all have a good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks, Stephen.
Item 3 is a public hearing and consideration of ordinance number 7906, which adopts the Amarillo Community Investment Program. Mr. City Manager.
Hi, Mayor. This item, and really probably the majority of the items we're going to see, have been items that have been in front of council on a recent, at recent meetings. This is one of them where we went over the CIP agenda, or the CIP list for the next 5 years at a recent meeting. So Kyle's going to present the CIP for the upcoming fiscal year, and we just need to get that CIP approved or modify it however council wants. Kyle?
Thank you, Jared. I appreciate that. I'm going to share my screen real quick. And this is the presentation of the CIP. As Jared mentioned, we have talked about all of these projects at least a little bit, and you had a good opportunity to talk a little more in depth about those Proposition 1 projects just previously. But for this presentation, I had a great question from a constituent over the weekend, actually a very astute city, watching city politics and city events on neighbor on my block. And her question to me as I was explaining the plan and the book and the benefits and the projects was, will that go to council? What are you asking? Why is it on the council meeting? What is this ordinance about? And that was a wonderful question and highlights what we really are doing here and what staff is asking of council, because effectively staff does a lot of work to prepare this document, and they use this document to guide their decisions moving forward. But what this ordinance does is provides the gravitas of the council behind this document. And it really does emphasize to us as department heads what our role is in utilizing this document to make good investment decisions for the infrastructure and planning decisions for infrastructure. I loved that the policy governance conversation came up earlier in the meeting, and then we've talked a lot about infrastructure investment. And so that may mean that the council, not asking council to evaluate each and every single planning item in this document, but rather to emphasize to us the importance of the process and identifying these planning initiatives and the public impact and the public communication and transparency and the whole bit. And the ordinance wraps all of that up in a bow and helps bring your approval as a council and to the document. The document is a 5-year plan. It's a rolling document that we approve every year, and year 1 of the project list is approved in our fiscal annual budget. Years 2 through 5 are just what, as they're described, a planning document that helps us guide our investment decisions moving forward. What do we bring, ideas of what do we bring back to council, projects that are community driven, projects that are prioritized and coordinated with other departments and other avenues of financing and of things that to get those projects completed in the ground. So that's what the plan is. That's what the ordinance does. What are our next steps? This is our first public hearing on this ordinance and on the document. Our second public hearing is scheduled for February 9th. We are open to questions and conversations about modifications to that plan. The departments have started effectively the implementation, because those projects were previously approved by the annual budget. And actually this week, in fact, tomorrow, we start one of our kickoff meetings for next year's CIP presentation with an introduction for some of our brand new department heads and staff, other departments that maybe haven't had a project in the CIP yet. So we're rolling right into the next one, and those are the next steps. We'll highlight that the document is available to the public, just like my neighbor went out and found it and asked me questions about it. It is available out on the city's website, and that is the actual address. But the easiest way to do that is CityofAmarillo.gov, and then right up at the top of the page is that departments button, and you're going to the finance department. And within that finance department, there is financial information, and the draft 5-year community investment programs right there on that page, and includes everything we've been discussing. So we'd love to entertain questions from council as we move forward with, again, my recommendation to approve this ordinance and approve.
Questions, council?
Kyle, do you have a project tracker that is part of that website?
We have a project management software that we use internally to track the progress of those construction projects, but don't have one that has a web portal or general access to the public. That is something we have been working on and just have not been able to get through. The implementation of the Tyler software, that building safety, we actually discussed that as well today in today's meeting as well. That software will give us some opportunities as the implementation in other departments, and we are looking to that for a solution, just as you described, to provide a little more transparency on those projects.
That'll be great. And because I know in the past too, you have provided us, it's like a spreadsheet, and you would kind of have by department, by project, color coded, and what, it wasn't necessarily update throughout the year, but it was like that 5-year plan in a visual that was a graph, the chart. You know what I'm referring to?
Yeah, and the entire staff over here affectionately calls that Kyle's spreadsheet, because I'd literally carry it around with me at different times of the year.
Well, I think if there were a way to get that on the website, it would be excellent, because it's very informative and it really does lay it out more in that 5-year vision to see what's down the horizon. I mean, the book and all the information, that's a lot to process through, but that spreadsheet does, pretty quick glance, let you see what the priorities are, year 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Okay. We will make that a priority.
Councilmember Hayes, this is Floyd. There is that type of document in the budget book, in the CIP book itself, that highlights that, which highlights the bond funded projects as well. So a very similar type document exists within that book that is online.
And in the printed book, Floyd, do you know where you could direct me towards that? Because I was trying to find that and I must have missed it.
Yes, it's about 5 pages in front of the tab that says emergency management.
Yeah, that's basically every project in tabular form is represented. It's divided out by the department and then the year of funding across the top. I have a lot of other cross-referencing and color coding and things in that spreadsheet that you and I have shared. And I will seek ways to add information either to this existing piece or something a little different.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Any other questions for Kyle? Kyle, it warms my heart to hear you talk about policy governance for you guys on staff at department levels to understand the value of policy governance and the responsibility that it is. We have our roles, but you guys have your roles, and we don't rubber stamp the day-to-day operational decisions that you make. And this is a perfect example of that. So I'm really glad that's somewhere I don't know if we were there 4 years ago, but certainly we as a team between council and staff in the last 3 years have put a lot of effort. So that you made that comment and it said a lot of things to us. And I didn't want to let that pass. Okay, are we ready then to open the public hearing on this item number? Okay, I'll do that. At this time, we will open the public hearing, and anyone who's on our meeting today who wishes to speak for, on, or against item number 3E, which is ordinance number 7906, can do so at this time. I'll hand the call over to the call host, Stephanie, to see if we have anyone that wants to speak.
Good afternoon. If you wish to speak on this hearing, please press *9 on your telephone or click your raise hand button at this time. All I do not see anybody that wishes to speak on this topic.
Thank you, Stephanie. We'll close the public hearing on this matter and entertain a motion.
Yes, Mayor, I move to adopt ordinance number 7906, adopting the Amarillo Community Investment Program for the fiscal year of 2020-2021 through 2024-25.
Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Powell, seconded by Councilmember Sauer to approve the Amarillo Community Investment Program for those fiscal years. Any questions or discussion on the motion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. That passes with a 5-0 vote. Item 3F, consideration of ordinance number 7907. Mr. City Manager.
Hi, Mayor. Thank you. We have Donnie Hooper, Assistant Director of Public Works, here to present an item that was presented in as an informational briefing at a previous meeting, but it relates to the changing of the speed limit on Sonsi at a couple of different areas that was initiated by TxDOT. Donnie?
Thank you. Show you a little bit of just kind of a recap of what we were looking at the last time we spoke to you about the speed limit change. Just remind you that this is a speed limit change request from TxDOT, Amarillo Boulevard from I-40, or from the Boulevard to I-40, pardon me, 50 miles an hour to 40, then I-40 to 34th, down to 40 from 45, and then 34th just past 45th, down to 40 miles an hour from its current posted 50, and then just south of 45th to Coulter, 60 down to 50. TxDOT's going to be submitting this to Texas Transportation Commission in February. TxDOT has requested that the council go ahead and proceed with passage of this ordinance and change that to reduce those speed limits. And just to show you on a graph, this is what they look like side by side. You can see the Amarillo Boulevard area to the interstate there at 50, then the green area that's at 45 on the existing, and then you compare it to that whole stretch that's at 40 from the Boulevard to 45th, and then so forth. You can kind of see that for yourself, what those changes look like. So just want to kind of remind you what this was about. TxDOT did go out and do a speed study in this area, and that speed study revealed that the average speeds out there were less than what the posted speeds were through that traffic study, which would cause them to lower that speed limit. I did go out there a couple of times myself, past the meeting that we had the last time, just to drive it for myself during some different times of the day. And it's kind of interesting that the speeds that the traffic was flowing in was almost exactly like what the recommended speeds are. So I think they're right on target with this, but we would just recommend that you would approve this.
Thank you, Donnie. Any questions for Donnie, council? Okay, do we have a motion on this item?
Yes, Mayor, I move to adopt ordinance number 7907, changing the Amarillo Municipal Code, Chapter 16-3, Section 16-3-1002, Schedule B, maximum speed limit for Sonsi/Hollywood, Loop 335, from the current, which is number 1, speed limit to 40 miles an hour on Sonsi from the city limits north of Amarillo Boulevard to south of 45th Avenue, where it currently changes from 50 miles per hour to 60 miles per hour. Number 2, the speed limit to 50 miles per hour on Sonsi and Hollywood Road from south of 45th Avenue, where it currently changes from 50 miles per hour to 60 miles per hour, all the way to where Coulter intersects Hollywood Road.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Powell, seconded by Councilmember Smith to approve ordinance number 7907. Any questions or discussion about the motion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. That passes with a 5-0 vote. Item 3G is consideration of ordinance number 7908. Mr. City Manager.
All right, Mayor, thank you. We've got Chief Martin Birkenfeld here to present the item. This is dealing with reallocating personnel or assigning personnel inside the police department. This in no way will reduce our ability to police on the streets and will in fact make us more efficient in the provision of services that don't require a sworn police officer. Chief, walk us through it.
Basically, the timing of this is generated because we're having a retirement of a sergeant who is in an inside position that's a legacy position that we've been looking to convert for some time now to a civilian manager over property and evidence. So the timing works out really good to attrit that position out in order to stay within our allotted budgeted positions and our allotted budget. We're going to transfer that to a civilian position. It also aligns up with our strategy to reduce the number of sergeants in the department without reducing our overall strength. So that's the reason that we're reducing 2 sergeants. We're creating corporals positions there to still give our officers a chance to grow and to move forward with their careers. But we've had 2 different assessments in the last 5 years that recommended that we had too many sergeants in our department. We want sergeants to be supervisors and not necessarily line workers. And so it's going to take a long time to get to where we need to go, but we'll do that a little bit at a time. And the timing works out on this to do that really well.
Any questions for the chief, council? Okay, thank you, chief.
Thank you.
Do we have a motion on item 3H?
Yes, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 7908 to convert 1 sergeant position and 1 officer position to corporal positions and to reduce the number of sworn positions at the City of Amarillo Police Department by 1.
Second. Been moved by Councilmember Powell, seconded by Councilmember Hayes to approve ordinance number 7908. Any discussion or questions about the motion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. That passes with a 5-0 vote. Thank you, Chief. Item 3H is a public hearing in consideration of ordinance number 7909. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, ma'am. 3H. We have Andrew Freeman here to talk about a vacation of some property. Andrew?
Yes, sir. So this vacation, sorry, let me move this so I can read my slide. It's for the vacation of 15,210 square feet, portion of a public utility easement in the corrected Southgate subdivision. The vicinity for this vacation is Bell Street and Arden Road. The purpose is for redeveloping this tract for a new commercial business. They're proposing a truck and auto convenience store, and one of the improvements they plan to have on site is a truck scale, and the proposed locations within a portion of that utility easement and structures are not allowed. So the vacation has been reviewed by all city departments and local utility companies with no objections. Typically you review these vacation requests and the applicant's required to pay fair market value or in lieu of that dedicate a similar value in lieu of paying. In this instance, the applicant has dedicated 1.26 acres of right-of-way, which is this southern road here on your screen, which exceeds the fair market value because that is valued at $45,000 versus the utility easement at $12,951. And then the applicant's also bringing the right away up to city standards at a cost of approximately $55,000. So considering that fair market value payment was required for this. So this is a first reading and public hearing on this item. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Council questions? Not hearing any questions. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on this item. Anyone who wishes to speak for, on, or against item 3H, which is ordinance number 7909, may do so at this time, and I'll pass it over to the call host, Stephanie.
If you wish to speak on this item, please press *9, the raise hand button at this time. Mayor, I do not see anybody on the line to speak on this item.
Thank you, Stephanie. We'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move to adopt ordinance number 7909, vacating a 15,210 square foot portion of a public utility easement lying in the vicinity of Bell Street and Arden Road.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Powell and seconded by Councilmember Smith to approve ordinance number 7909. Any discussion or questions about the motion? Okay, let's vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. I see it passes with a 5-0 vote. Item 3I is consideration of ordinance number 7897. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor, ordinance number 7897, we're looking at this on second reading. It was not unanimously approved. It was approved 4-1 at the previous meeting. And it would amend section 2.6.3 or 2-6-3 of the Amarillo Municipal Code to express a preference for registered voters of the city of Amarillo on boards and commissions, but not to require that, and to allow council the flexibility to appoint someone who is not a registered voter of the city of Amarillo to serve on a board or commission if they feel and if they find that the person being appointed has unique skills or abilities that would benefit the city of Amarillo. As I said, it was presented at some detail by City Attorney Brian McWilliams at the last council meeting and was approved 4-1. If you have any questions, we absolutely have me or Brian to answer those questions, but that pretty much is the gist of the ordinance.
Council questions?
Yes, Mayor. I had a citizen that asked me in regards to this item, if someone, say, if they live in the state of Alabama and they want to be on one of our boards, is that going to be considered or allowed if they are out of state?
Mayor?
Yeah, sure, Jared.
Yes, they would be allowed if the council felt that they provided unique benefit or benefit or expertise in whatever board or commission we're talking about. Council would have the flexibility of appointing that person whether they lived in Alabama or any other state.
It's anything outside our current city limits. So that's,
yes, ma'am.
That's basically anywhere it could, I mean, I guess technically be in a different country. I know that's the extreme, but it's just switching from where it is required of just within our city limits to outside the city limits.
For certain. And the way that technology is changing and our use of technology is changing, accelerated by coronavirus and our use of virtual meetings, I mean, that all weighs in, but yes, anywhere outside the city of Amarillo registered voters is what we're talking about.
Other questions? Okay, do we have a motion on this item?
Yes, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 7897. Oops, I'm sorry. Let me back up. I move to approve. Oh, it is? Yeah. Oh, okay. It is the right one. Sorry. I move to adopt ordinance number 7897 to amend section 2-6-3 of the Amarillo Municipal Code to allow for the appointment of persons who are not necessarily registered voters of the city to be appointed to various city boards or commissions if they possess special expertise or knowledge related to a board or commission operation and or charge.
Okay.
It's been moved by Councilmember Powell and seconded by Councilmember Smith to approve ordinance number 7897. Discussion or questions about this motion?
Mayor, I have a question really just as Frida read that. It sounded like they're not necessarily required to be registered voters of the city. So even inside the city limits, they weren't necessarily registered voters. But I think we had that conversation, that discussion, but I just want to clarify the legality of that. If someone could address that. I think our conversations were that within the city limits, they needed to be a registered voter. Outside the city limit, then that's a moot.
Uh-oh, Elaine, you switched to mute right there at the end. Can you, or maybe it was my computer, but I didn't hear like your last 3 words.
Mayor, if I can jump in, I think what Councilmember Hayes is asking is if someone is inside the city limits of Amarillo, are they required to be a registered voter? We have a preference, we have expressed a preference inside the ordinance to be a registered voter, but are they required to be a registered voter if they are with?
It does say registered voters.
Councilmember Hayes, is that what you were asking?
Well, I'm asking if it's preferred they be a registered voter inside the city, or if it's required to be a registered voter for those who are inside the city, which is, I thought, where we landed on the last ordinance, that if for those individuals that were coming from within our city limits, they were supposed to be required to be registered voters. I just want to be sure that how it's written is, at least my understanding of how it was being written, and maybe council members, that's not how you heard it.
Well, Brian,
to read the last portion of it, I probably should have included this in my motion, but it says board or commission applicants will still be required to be registered voters, and applicants who are registered voters of the city would still be preferred per this draft of the ordinance. I don't know if that helps or not, but I should have read that. I should have read that last sentence. So I apologize.
I read that too, Frida. I was just listening to you. So I just heard it when it jumped out. It was like, whoa, wait a minute.
So Brian, if a person is appointed to a board or commission who lives inside the city, are they required to be a registered voter? If not, by this current writing, can we amend that? And I don't want to put words in Councilmember Hayes or Councilmember Powell's mouth. Can we amend that at this approval to make sure that anybody who's appointed to a board or commission who lives inside the city limits of Amarillo is also a registered voter?
Yes, you could do that if you want to now.
But does this current version require that?
This current version requires you to be a registered voter. If you live inside the city limits, chances are you're a registered voter of the city, and you have a preference for that. But all this requires is that you're a registered voter. That's it.
So it does require that if you're appointed to a board or commission in the city of Amarillo, by the city of Amarillo, and you live inside the city of Amarillo, that you must be a registered voter, correct?
It just says a registered voter, but we could change it to make sure of that if you wish.
It really just gives flexibility to have a non-registered voter if you don't live outside the city of Amarillo, correct?
Correct.
Councilmember Hayes, does that answer your questions? I hope I wasn't boiling it down too much, but I was trying to boil it down for Brian. Not that he needed that.
Okay, so I've got a little bit of an issue. That last, what the person who talked to Ms. Powell said, that bothers me a lot, that they don't have to even live in the state of Texas. And I'm not thinking about right now, I'm thinking about 20 years down the road. What happens if, so the possibility is they could be from Alabama and they could be put on a board or commission if the council so chose. Correct?
So what if, this is just a crazy hypothetical, I can't remember the guy's name all of a sudden, famous biker, first name Lance, is it Armstrong?
Yeah, Lance Armstrong.
What if he wants to be on our pedestrian and bicycle safety committee? And we would have the ability to have his expertise, his influence on our committee, but he lives in Alabama.
For me personally, there's a higher weighting that it's citizen-led committees as opposed to a particular expertise. That we talk about so much citizen participation and leadership. And so for me personally, it would probably, it would be overridden by someone here locally that maybe not have as specific a high skill, but they were part of our community.
Thank you for sharing your thinking. I appreciate that.
Well, and actually, let's consider Lance Armstrong. His expertise could be used without him being a member on the committee if someone had a connection with him. Because if someone had a connection with him enough to put him on the committee, they would have a connection with him enough to get them to help influence the committee without being on the committee.
Okay.
There's nothing against non-voting participation in most of our boards and commissions, and that's kind of what you're describing, Eddie. If someone had expertise, that they would be able to participate without being a voting member.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I think for the argument's sake of land, I think he lives in Colorado. So could someone from Colorado be on the bicycle pedestrian safety committee? Lives in Aspen. The wonders of Google.
I think for me, I want the flexibility for a council to be able to appoint someone who lives in Canyon or Tanglewood or Bushland. I don't really envision that I would ever feel comfortable appointing somebody who lived in Alabama.
Yeah.
But I
agree.
I do feel like people who live in Bushland are part of our community. And again, feel like this would be definitely the exception, not the rule. That's my thinking, just sharing it.
Okay, so I can agree. I do agree with that, actually, Mayor. So can we limit it to the Potter Randall County area? Can we, Brian?
Absolutely.
I think I would want, I think I would feel way more comfortable if for me personally, if it was limited to Potter and Randall County.
Other thoughts, council? Do we have a motion on it as it is? Or do we want to entertain discussion about?
I think
Mayor, we already have a motion on the floor.
Okay,
there could be a possible amendment to the motion.
Okay, thank you for reminding me where we were.
Okay, then I'm going to throw out the amendment. I'm going to request that we amend the motion to reflect citizens in Potter and Randall County only.
I'll second that amendment.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to amend the motion to reflect citizens in Potter and Randall County only. Any thoughts, discussion about that amendment? The motion to amend?
No, other than that would gain my support on the overall ordinance.
Okay. So I think we need to vote on the amendment, correct? Y'all help me procedurally. Okay.
Yes, ma'am, we do.
Okay, great. All of those in favor of the proposed amendment, limiting it to Potter and Randall County, please raise your hand. That passes with the 5-0 vote. And now we're back to the motion with the amendment as proposed by Councilmember Powell and seconded by Councilmember Smith, I think it was.
Okay, so Mayor, if I may, the original motion could be voted on as is, but would die for lack of a second.
Okay, it was never seconded, is that correct? I thought it was seconded.
It was seconded. So we just need to vote on it as is.
Oh, we need to vote on it as is without the amendment?
Yeah. Which means it would not pass at this point.
Well, the motion that Councilmember Powell made did not get a second, so does not warrant, it does not get to have a vote. We need amendment to a motion that did not have a second. So we really need.
Councilmember Smith, did you second it?
I did.
Okay.
Yes, I thought we had a. Yeah, I thought we did as well. So
I apologize.
My next move was going to be to check with the city secretary.
Okay, so I think we had a motion and it was seconded. It's now been amended. So we go back to vote on that motion as amended.
Amended motion, correct.
Okay, so we've already voted on the amended motion. We just need to vote on the original motion, which means it's probably not going to pass at this point.
Well,
if it does,
the motion was amended with a 5-0 vote. So now you're voting on the amended motion.
Correct. That's right.
Amend
yes.
the motion.
Got it.
Now you're voting on the amended motion, which limits the ability of the council to appoint someone who is not a registered voter of the city of Amarillo to a unincorporated or incorporated area that is not the city of Amarillo inside Potter and Randall counties. But you cannot appoint someone who lives in, say, Alabama or Colorado or anywhere else that's outside Potter and Randall counties to a border commission of the city of Amarillo.
That means Lance Armstrong is right out.
Lance Armstrong
is out.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Brian, did I capture that correctly?
You did.
Francis, if I'm stepping into the city secretary's realm?
You're correct, sir.
Okay.
There was a second on the first motion.
And that first motion has been amended through a 5-0 vote. Now you need to vote to approve the amended motion. Sorry for the how bureaucratic that is.
Yeah, no, I think we're all there now. We all understand that what we're about to vote on is the original motion that has been amended for Potter Randall County restriction only. Okay, with that said, all of those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, that passes with a 5-0 vote. So Brian, I would anticipate that at our next meeting, that will be on the consent agenda because we have to vote again since we changed the language. Is that correct?
No, you're done.
It's done.
You're done.
Okay, we can make a change to it and it counts as the second vote.
That is the beauty of
change on second reading and have it be done at second reading.
Yeah, you're finished.
Okay, good. So that explains, council, how that will now be restricted to that. I mean, that's great. We just had a little civics lesson on
Robert's Rules of Orders.
Robert's Rules of Order. I'm sure I got a C-, but anyway, now we're moving on to the next agenda item.
As a team, we're going to get there. It's a slow process, but we'll get there.
Okay, item 3J is to consider a resolution calling the municipal election for May 1st. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor, I'm just going to introduce the item. If council has any questions, we've got Francis Hibbs, City Secretary, online to answer any really detailed or high order questions. But this is just calling for the municipal election for mayor and council member places 1 through 4. We already have candidates signed up for all 5 positions. So we do need to call this election.
Okay. Francis, anything to add to that?
No, ma'am. We have till February the 10th to get this called, so it's best to go ahead and get it done early.
Sure. And so that would be for anything that's going to be on the May ballot has to be called by that date. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Council, any questions for Francis about this? Okay, do we have a motion for item 3J?
Yes, Mayor. I move to approve the resolution to call the regular municipal election to be held on May 1st, 2021. The election will be for the offices of mayor, council members place 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Powell and seconded by Councilmember Sauer to call a municipal election on May 1st for the offices of mayor, council member place 1, place 2, place 3, and place 4. Any discussion or questions about the motion?
Mayor, we might just announce that registration has opened And if the city secretary could just remind citizens when that closes.
Yes, ma'am. It closes on Friday, February 12th at 5:30 or 5 o'clock. I'm sorry.
As far as the filing period, is that what we're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. Yeah. Okay. All of those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. That passes with the 5-0 vote. Item 3K is to consider a resolution approving and authorizing an agreement with the Texas Department of Transportation to install signs with eligible federal or special program funds. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor, this is the hybrid beacon signals or the hot crossings that we had talked about during that had alluded to during the Pedestrian and Bicycle Safety Committee update. We have Donnie Hooper, Assistant Director of Public Works, to present the item. Donnie?
Thank you. And I promise this one will be a lot easier than the last couple of items. This will be pretty, it's a positive story. We did talk a little bit earlier about the Bike and Pedestrian Safety Committee. This item started with that group as they wanted to seek out through the Texas Department of Transportation if there were any way that we could get some safety measures taken care of on Amarillo Boulevard. There was a study that was done by TxDOT that revealed that there was a high PED bike accident location between Lincoln to Grand Street on Amarillo Boulevard. There's a pretty long section there where there's a lot of areas that people were crossing, and there were some accidents there. So TxDOT suggested that there would they would try to find some funding through safer crossings there. They hired a consultant. The consultant did agree with them that there were issues there. They ran some traffic studies. The warrants came back and said that there were 2 locations where hawks could be located there. So TxDOT sought some funds from their Highway Safety Improvement Plan, and now we're at the point where we're ready to begin phase 1 of a 3-part project. This being the hawks, there's a couple of other projects, including signal upgrades at Grand, Mirror, and Martin Road, and upgrades to sidewalks and ramps from Lincoln to Grand. So it's a more inclusive project, but this is the first part of that. I can show you on a map here where that location is. If you can see that, those 2 orange dots that are there, right between Garfield and Arthur, because this is Buchanan here, Grand Street over to the east, that long section there, that's where the 2 hawks would be. There's a lot of crossing activity in those areas, and so that's where they decided they would be. TxDOT's going to design and build that. This item on the agenda is actually for us to approve the maintenance agreement that we have with TxDOT. Anytime they put in any type of signal in their right of way, that we would take the maintenance for that item once it was installed and operable. So if you have any questions on this item, I think it's a great thing. I know that being a part of the Bicycle and Pedestrian Safety Committee as a liaison, and to hear the discussions that go on regarding items such as this, it's an important item to them and to the citizens of Amarillo. And with some legitimate safety concerns out there. So if you have any questions, I'll be glad to try to answer them.
Questions, council?
So after watching the Hawk system work over on Georgia Street, I am really grateful that you guys, and especially you, Howard, that you all in the bike committee decided that this was important, because there have been some fatality things that have occurred on Amarillo Boulevard. And it works so great on Georgia. I was very impressed by how well it works and how people really follow the guidance whenever that thing comes on. And with Amarillo Boulevard being as busy as it is, and then looking at that map and seeing, oh, wow, you've got Horace Mann on one side, you've got Paladura on the other side, you've got Martin Road Park over there. I think it's crucial, especially for kids and people who are walking to and from. So I'm grateful that we're doing this.
Thank you.
Other comments or questions? Do we have a motion for this item?
Yes, we do, Mayor. I move to approve the resolution authorizing an agreement with the Texas Department of Transportation to operate and maintain the hybrid beacon signals to be located in the 1000 block of Amarillo Boulevard East and in the 1500 block of Amarillo Boulevard East, installed with the eligible federal and special program funds on the Business Interstate 40 district for Amarillo Boulevard.
Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Powell and seconded by Councilmember Smith to approve item 3K. Further discussion or questions about the motion, council? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Passes with a 5-0 vote. Item 3L is to consider a resolution authorizing the city to submit the 2021 grant application for the Project Safe Neighborhood Program. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor, this is a big win opportunity for the city of Amarillo. It provides us an opportunity to more effectively investigate shooting incidences, and not necessarily a kinetic shooting response team. Is an analytics that prepares for prosecution shooting incidents inside the city of Amarillo, so that we can better prosecute people who commit shootings inside the city of Amarillo. We've got Deputy City Manager Kevin Starbuck. We also have, supported by Police Chief Martin Birkenfeld. I don't know who I'm handed to. Kevin, is it you or Chief Birkenfeld?
Either way, Mayor and Council, this is simply an administrative requirement of this federal grant program that we have to have a resolution from our City Council in order for the application to be finalized with the Department of Justice. They have already accepted this project pending this resolution.
So we win the money if we just do this resolution. And what it does is provide the equipment training necessary for people to investigate shootings so that we can better prosecute and investigate shooting incidents in the city of Amarillo. Chief Birkenfeld, is that accurate?
Yes, sir. And this one will primarily be equipment on this particular grant.
So what kind of equipment, just out of curiosity?
Surveillance.
It also helps, provides equipment that allows us to analyze a shooting scene.
I think I read in the papers, was it Monday, where they were actually talking about the 3 incidences that occurred, and that this would actually help you guys out in incidences like those. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, we're really working hard to build our Crime Gun Intelligence Center on top of our shooting response team, and they've had some good progress. And last week was an example of where that team effort paid off. You know, with adding capacity to our investigators, adding equipment to help them in their job, and then adding the analysis component. We're really making some good progress. This builds on the Project Safe Neighborhoods.
It allows us to instantaneously identify point of origin and other things.
I just really appreciate you guys figuring out how to go find extra funds that help you guys do what you do, Chief Birkenfeld. I think it's really important that we make for sure we're providing you guys everything we can provide so that you can keep us safe. And thank you.
It's not something we're proud of. We do have a number of shootings every year. And from a DOJ standpoint, this is a cost-effective way to have the biggest bang for the buck. To be able to address shootings in an area where we do have more shootings than we should have.
Absolutely.
Okay, do we have a motion then on this item?
Yes, Mayor, we do. I move to approve the resolution to authorize the City of Amarillo to submit the Project 408001 shooting response team to the Office of the Governor through the 2020-2021 Project Safe Neighborhood Grant Program in the amount of $103,850 for equipment, training, and software licensing.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Powell and seconded by Councilmember Sauer to approve this grant application. Any further discussion or questions about the motion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. That passes with a 5-0 vote. Item 3M is to consider a resolution adopting the legislative agenda for the 87th session of the Texas Legislature. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor, I've got my primary person that's been putting this together is Assistant to the City Manager, Stephanie Coggins, along with assistance from the legal department led by City Attorney Brian McWilliams. But what I'd like to do is just go over very briefly the legislative agenda as it's presented in draft form for the City Council. We can make amendments right now, but what I'd like to do is have this approved and adopted. at this meeting, and if we need to, we can bring it back to you for final adoption at the following meeting if we have significant amendments during this meeting. But I'll go over the legislative priorities as they're currently listed. So transportation is very similar to what we had in last year's agenda. Increases funding to support 335 and also future expansion of I-27 as identified through our work with the Ports to Plains Corridor Group. We made significant work on both of these agenda items over the last year, and we expect to continue forward during this legislative session with council and with support from the legislature. Property tax and debt. This in no way says we want to increase the tax rate. It does, however, express a desire to make sure that we are equitably represented with regard to any property tax restrictions. We have the lowest tax rate among any city our size, and arguably it's half or close to half of all cities our size. So we have an incredibly low municipal property tax rate. When we have rollback formulas that function as a percentage of your existing tax rate, what it means is that a city who has double our tax rate can do double the tax increase without having any rollback election. So it puts us at an adverse property tax position because we've been responsible, because we've looked out for property taxpayers' interests. So it puts us in a negative and adverse, disadvantaged position relative to cities that have a high tax rate. So we're looking for cues that would trigger rollback elections that are a function of an average tax rate rather than a percentage of your existing tax rate. I think the best indicator of future actions is past actions. We have never really triggered rollback elections because we've increased the tax rate. We just don't do it. But as it's currently written, just through appreciation alone, we could trigger these rollback elections, automatic rollback elections that are not triggered by petition, but just strictly through, and it would cost us a lot of money if we triggered a rollback election by, through an automatic function rather than through a petition. It'll cost us a lot of money, actually. So that's really what we're talking about there. Is there any questions on that one? That's a somewhat a complicated one, and it is a political, hot button to an extent. We are not advocating for increasing tax rates. We are, however, advocating for making sure that the triggers for rollback elections are a function of an average tax rate and not a percentage increase. Because when we have such an incredibly low tax rate like we have, the trigger is a very small number. Is there any questions on this item? All right, moving on to annexation. Currently, annexation, because of the work of the legislature, the 2 years ago legislature, annexation requires a petition for annexation from the property owner. Right now, TxDOT prohibits themselves, state law prohibits TxDOT from requesting an annexation. And TxDOT property bisects areas where we want to annex. For example, if we were to annex to the western side of Loop 335, we have to have TxDOT requesting that annexation, and their policies prohibit them from annexation. What we are asking for is the ability for us to be able to annex beyond TxDOT property and capture TxDOT property. Obviously, we're not going to be collecting tax revenue from TxDOT property because they are tax exempt. So we want to be able to cross them, but still provide the ability for them to oppose or object to any annexation across their property. Right now, this is a unintended consequence of the actions taken in the 2017 or in the legislature. So this will smooth out annexation that is necessary right now. For example, the most pressing one right now is for the new Canyon ISD High School that is being constructed out of Helium Road or 335, new Loop 335. We have to have the ability to annex over there to be able to provide services to that new high school. So this is an unintended consequence of what was done in the previous legislature. I think we have a very simple solution that's being proposed by our own legislators to the legislature, and it should move through very smoothly. But this is just an operational thing that needs to be smoothed out. Do you have any questions on that? All right, moving on to the next item, we have expansion of broadband internet. This is something we spoke about earlier on in this meeting, led by Councilmember Smith and Mayor Nelson. And it just would have request legislative support for anything we can do. And we don't know exactly what all the things that might come out of this agenda item, but we want to be able to support anything that would facilitate our implementation of broadband internet access for all of our residents. Do you have any questions on this item? The next item is right-of-way and small cell towers. As we've gone through this conversation, both in the last legislative session and this session, there's been pressure on right-of-way and right-of-way control, and also efforts to facilitate 5G in our area. We want 5G very desperately. We also want to make sure that everyone in our city has access to this. So as we went through the last legislative session, there was some infringement upon municipal control of municipal right-of-way. This is necessary so that we can manage our alleys, so that we can manage the installation of different utilities, whether it's gas, electric, cell, or other infrastructure in our right-of-ways, in alleys and other areas. So making sure that we have appropriate control and management of the right-of-way in our areas is what we're talking about here. Is there any questions on this item?
Yes, Jared, on item B on that would actually require a reversal of legislation. Is that correct?
Not necessarily. Supporting legislation that preserves the city's management of right-of-way would apply to our current status. So we're looking, one, for no more erosion of our control of our right-of-way. So it doesn't necessarily require us to pull back legislation, just wants to make sure that we don't go any farther into our ability to manage the right-of-way. But would also support anything that would encourage municipal management of those right-of-ways. So it could support a rollback of what happened at the last legislature, but we definitely want to oppose and support anything that would maintain the status quo.
Because status quo on item B is that they are not required to pay market rate. Is that correct? Didn't they negotiate down that we did not have control of those rates and that we were required to provide them at a discounted rate?
They, prior to the last legislative session, they would have had to work with the cities to identify what the market rate was going to be and to pay the cities and to accommodate any conditions the city put on them to provide 5G services inside that city. In our situation, what we were doing was working with some of our cell providers, sure that if they were going to come into our market and get the very lucrative parts of our city, that they were also going to provide services to our disadvantaged components of the city, like what we were talking about in the broadband internet access segment of the meeting. Once they had indication that the legislature was going to provide them the ability to provide services wherever they wanted without complying with city requests, they backed out of those conversations and we never heard from them again. So we don't have the ability to require them to provide service to all of our citizens, and they can to only provide services to the most lucrative parts of town, to the areas that have the ability to pay very high rates to provide those services. So to an extent, so this is looking at, this item would look at two different directions. We prefer the ability to be able to work with our providers to be able to provide the best service possible to our residents. That would require a change in legislation. We also prefer to not have it get worse than what it went at the last session. So that is maintaining the status quo. So this item looks in two different directions. I don't know that I made that very clear. Ultimately, it speaks to local control. The best arbiter of what needs to happen in a municipality is the residents and elected officials of that municipality who are living in that municipality and working with the conditions in that municipality, not necessarily from Austin. So right-of-way, small cell towers, item C, captures that in a nutshell. talks about providing for local authority over small cell nodes. I know that that's not going to happen because I anticipate that won't happen because of what happened in the last legislative session. But this item does look in multiple directions, both maintaining status quo and not letting it get worse, or letting it get more compromised for municipal control. I think people have different opinions on whether that's worse or better. Any other questions on right-of-way and small cell towers? If meetings and open records, with what's gone on with coronavirus, we have utilized methods of meeting, methods of addressing open meetings and open records compliance that are outside the norm, and they were facilitated by the executive orders of the governor. This would provide for continued use of technology and other tools that would allow us to still provide transparent meetings and transparent operations without meeting in person. So that's not compelling us to do so, but would maintain that authority and that ability if we so chose at some point in the future. Obviously, I think everyone here wants to meet in person and gets more out of an in-person meeting, but we would have the ability to have either single members or the whole meeting to take place virtually if necessary or if appropriate. This just acknowledges that what we've experienced and what we've learned over the last year has merit going forward and could be used going forward and has a place going forward. That's really what we're talking about here. And we'll also touch on this concept when we get to public advertising at a later point. Any questions on this item?
I will say that I was able to go and do cancer treatment, and I never missed a meeting because we had that, away option because of coronavirus. So I think the flexibility, it's not that we would have to use it very often, but boy, it was great sure great for that situation.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think the challenge for Rich and the IT department is going to be, if we do have this ability going forward, is going to be, if we have a council meeting where 3 or 4 of our members are in person, how do we let those 1 or 2 people who are in Alaska or Houston or wherever they are participate in the meeting? But that's what we're talking about. Really, once we have this item, there's very few reasons why a city council member would miss a meeting. They're literally too sick to talk on a council meeting, or they're just so far out of pocket that they have no internet connectivity. So this really provides the ability for anyone, regardless of their financial condition or their geographic condition, to be able to participate in a council meeting, both citizen for public comment or council member. So it really does increase the viability of everyone to be a council member and everyone to participate and provide comment at a council meeting.
Just a little bit of feedback on meetings that I've participated where part of the group was remote and part was in person, was not a positive experience. I think that was a huge challenge. So I know that's really not what we're talking about, but in general, I think it would be everybody's remote and on Zoom, or it's in person. But when we've tried to have conversations and engage with the individuals, whether I was the person remote or I was the person in the room, that's pretty tough to pull off.
Yeah, you're hitting at the heart of my comment on this is a challenge for IT, because the best example was our budget meeting in August, where we had some people remote and most people in the room. And it was a real challenge. So that's going to be something that IT is going to have to work out and get us a really good solution to be able to handle that. You're right. We work best if everyone's in person or everyone's remote. And before we can really take advantage of these technological advancements that we've experienced over the last year, we really do have to address those challenges of what do we do when we have part in person and part remote. This would just encourage the ability through the legislature for cities to be able to do that if they can address it. Disasters and emergencies, I think that this last year has illustrated the need for us to be able to make sure that we have the ability to have have effective and efficient management of this thing with local management through our council, through our mayor, through our administrative offices of any emergency. Whether it's public health, the council, or whatever the situation is, we need to make sure that we have the ability to respond to local disasters. Economic development, we want to make sure that if we're going to have economic development activities throughout the state, we want to make sure that we have the ability to compete with all the other municipalities and jurisdictions inside the state of Texas. It would encourage reauthorization of Chapter 312 ad valorem tax abatements. We're going to be considering one of these later on in the meeting. If there's no questions on economic development, also mental health, we want to look at any type of thing that would allow us to address the mental health challenges that we have in the city of Amarillo. And we do have a lot. We are training our police department at almost all levels to make sure that they are better equipped to be able to manage mental health situations. We have our community development department that is dealing with this on a day in, day out basis. Anything we can get from the state of Texas that would enhance our ability to respond to mental health issues here in the city of Amarillo is something we want to support and encourage. Amarillo City Civic Center Complex. This is dealing with, we want to support any legislation that would facilitate our efforts to fund our needed civic center in, renovation and enhancement without putting it on the back of our taxpayers. So, for example, if we were to enter into some type of public-private partnership, there's certain public-private partnership proposals that would not be allowed through state law or through state statute. And we want to make sure that if it is in the taxpayer's interest to be able to enter into that public-private partnership, that the state law would facilitate that effort. Mayor Nelson, I know that this is something you've been working on and working with our city staff and external persons to explore the public-private partnerships. Is there anything that you want to add here? I want to I think that what we're talking about is making sure that legislative action supports our efforts to get the needed enhancements we need at our civic center without putting it on the tax and minimize the impact on our taxpayers.
Yeah, I think you stated it. I think just as that exploratory committee is just looking at options. I know there are sometimes those options that you've got to have approval. Like for instance, when a couple of years ago, our hotelier community wanted that TPID, they had to have legislative approval, even though they had unanimous support for it here in the city. And so if there was anything like that, then it would already be on our legislative agenda as we are moving forward with that project. So again, just exploring options is where we are right now.
If there's not any questions on the Civic Center Complex item, I'll move on to the next item is purchasing. And this is pretty straightforward, common sense. City of Amarillo supports continuation of efforts that would allow municipalities to select contractors based on both price and qualifications. Many times we have selected contractors based only on price, and it's cost us a lot more money because the project has not come in either the way, or it's either come in over budget, or the quality of work was far, far, far short of what was required in the contract. This would allow us to use a best value pricing, but take into account past performance and other things in addition to price, because a low price does not guarantee the lowest spend on a project. So this allows us to best value for the project, which would ensure that that citizens would pay the lowest amount for a project, not the lowest bid. So any questions on this item? All right. The next item just would protect our ability to expand the city's water infrastructure and water resources, both inside the city of Amarillo and external to the city of Amarillo, where we have well fields and other things like that. There's no question on that item. The final item is city advocacy. Right now, the city of Amarillo is closer to 5 other state capitals than the city of Amarillo, and our taxpayers and our residents expect that we are going to represent our city and city interests at the legislature in Austin. Now, some people will disagree with that statement. At the end of the day, we do have to pay attention to what's going on in Austin because it has a direct impact on our residents and on the city operations. If we didn't have entities that we contracted with to represent us in Austin, we would have to then instead have employees and offices in Austin to be able to track what's going on and to be able to address concerns with legislators, which will be far more expensive than what we currently spend for those activities. Address in any way the impact of private sector lobbying or advocacy, the impact that has that we would not be able to provide input on. Questions on city advocacy or municipal advocacy? If there's no other questions, any questions council has, and if there's anything you want on here that's not on here, we can definitely take that into consideration and work with council to get that, or we can remove things if you want to remove something. And it's obviously this is 100% your document. I say that we've prepared it for you. We prepared drafts taking into account input from council over the last handful of weeks. But it also takes into account a lot of input from department heads, working with their state associations and working with other municipalities across the state of Texas. So we put a lot of work into this. It is very much similar to previous legislative agendas with some modifications because, for example, last legislative session, one of our #1 items was support of anything that would help us have the Texas Tech Vet School. That's there, so we took that off. You know, things like that where we've achieved success, we just went ahead and removed those things.
I will say it would not have been possible to achieve that vet school project without the help of our lobby team in Austin.
Municipal advocacy was 100% the way that was successful.
Yes.
So my feedback on this document, that's a great example. The Tech Vet School was very specific to us and something that we were looking for help with. I don't really see much on this particular document. It kind of seems pretty generic over a lot of topics that would apply to other cities as well as Amarillo. You know, if this is kind of a instruction to a company that would be representing us in Austin, I might consider ranking it on our priorities, that this is a document of priorities, but possibly, and maybe you've already presented it in a way you think are the most topics of priority. And then, you know, on the city advocacy, you know, I don't know if you're thinking that in this legislative session, there is going to be a lot of legislation introduced on that topic. I'd be interested to hear if kind of what you're hearing. And, you know, I think we have to acknowledge that there is some inherent conflict of interest there. It's like as a city, you are looking for things in funding opportunities and needs of projects that you're trying to provide services to the community. But at the same time, sometimes that comes at the expense of those dollars coming from the citizens. And so, you know, I think we just need to acknowledge that it's built in the system. And that I think it could be a topic of a lot of debate in this upcoming legislative session. And the other one is absolutely on the local control during concerns and emergencies, that I certainly support that we just have certainly seen a lot of centralized decision-making coming out of the Capitol. And as hard as it is, I would like to see those decisions being made at the local level and not just one size fits all. And I think there's going to be a lot of debate and a lot of discussion on that topic.
Mayor, if I can, Councilmember Hayes, you're exactly right on the city advocacy item. If I was to rank these, I'd probably put it significantly higher than last. Municipalities will be under attack during this legislative session. And it's not because we've been irresponsible. I am confident of that. It's not like we've advocated against our taxpayers. We only advocate in the interest of facilitating services to our residents. That said, that will be something that's under attack, and we are probably the most disadvantaged by what's being proposed because we are so far from Austin. Prohibiting us from having representatives in Austin would mean that council, and they're focusing on council members being the one, elected officials being the ones that go to testify on items in front of committees and the legislature, would have to take 2 or 3 days to travel to Austin, testify, wait around. You never know when you're going to get called to testify. So there's a full day that you take out for testimony, and then the next day traveling back. Whereas cities like San Marcos, Schertz, Buda, Kyle, cities right around Austin, they can just send someone out there that day and they come back the same day, and they really didn't take any time away from their business. But you all, with your private businesses, would have to take 2 or 3 days away from your business to do that same testimony that they took one or a small portion of a day. It puts us in a disadvantaged position, and it really penalizes us for being a long way away from the city of from Austin. Then that takes it out of, it doesn't even take into account, whether or not we're representing our voters or not. And that's a question of politics. So that is a challenging item. The most important item, and we put it up there as number 1 for a reason, is funding for 335 and I-27 and the Ports Plains corridor. And if I was to put these in a priority order, I would change them around some. But I think if we have it on our priority list, we will speak to them in the appropriate order in whatever situation we're in, depending on what's in front of committees and what's a hot item at the time. I just want to make sure that council is all on board with the things that we would be charged with the positions that we will be charged with expressing to our elected officials as they're working through their legislative agendas in Austin. Because I want to make sure that if I or a staff member or any other council member is out speaking on behalf of the city of Amarillo, that they're focused on these items and that they've been empowered by the city council of the city of Amarillo to speak to those items. And really not empowered, but directed.
That's good. Any other final comments on that?
We still have lobbyists in Austin that represent us.
What was the question, Councilmember Smith?
Do we still have lobbyists in Austin?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We have people working on our behalf there. They do not do anything that we have not directed them to do. So this will guide us and help them help us as we go into this next session.
Good.
We get frequent communication from them about items that will affect the operation of the city. So like they're giving us a preview of changes that are coming down the pike legislatively, because things that are implemented by the legislature made final sometime in May and then have to be implemented by September 1. Sometimes that 3-month period is challenging to get systems changed, information changed. Like a couple of years ago, it was hard to get, we were having to coordinate with the appraisal district on how taxes were calculated and when notices were going out. So having a heads up from the lobbyist who is looking every time a bill is filed and watching just to say, would this apply to the city of Amarillo, giving them an information heads up, that's, I think, one of the most valuable services we receive from them. And I know Jared and I get copied on emails and from our lobbyists with that baseline information. I find it very valuable.
I would even go beyond that and say, and Mayor, you know this, we get texts or emails, not just on a weekly basis, but on a daily basis, sometimes multiple times a day. Mm-hmm. Because many times a committee hearing happens with hours notice. And we get that notice so that we can submit a written opinion if we need to. We can register for an opportunity to testify at that committee hearing if we can get down there and testify. And right now, the rules for testimony are up in the air. We really don't have final visibility on how we're going to do testimony during this next legislative session. So having someone down there looking out for our interests is even more important during this upcoming legislative session than it's ever been before. Access to the Capitol is going to require a negative test before you walk into the building. There's a lot of different rules that are up in the air right now, and they might change at a moment's notice.
Anything else for Jared before we think about a motion on this? Are we ready to make a motion?
Mayor, I call for the question.
I don't think we have a motion, do we?
Yes, I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
I move to approve the resolution adopting a legislative agenda for the 87th session of the Texas Legislature to include special called sessions of the 87th Legislature and the interim.
Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Powell, seconded by Councilmember Sauer to approve the legislative agenda as presented. Any further discussion or questions about the motion? All of those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. That passes with a 5-0 vote. Moving on to the last 3 items of our agenda. Item 3N is consideration of ordinance number 7901. And Mr. City Manager.
Hi, Mayor. This is a consideration of a reinvestment zone number 12. This was read on first reading at the previous council meeting. It was not unanimous, so it is not on. That's the reason why it's on the action agenda for this meeting. We've got Kevin Carter, President and CEO of the Amarillo Economic Development Corporation, to very briefly go over the details. It'll be exactly the same as it was last week. Kevin?
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Mayor, Council, this is the second reading of ordinance number 7901. It's consideration of a reinvestment zone, which is number 12. Public hearing and second reading of an ordinance to consider designating certain areas of the city as reinvestment zone number 12 for commercial and industrial tax abatement. The zone is approximately 110.39 acres in the vicinity of 24th Street and Loop 335. And I believe we have a picture, if we can get that picture up, show you the exact location. So it's directly west across Loop 335 from Benny Keith. So south of 24th Street and west of Loop 335. Designating a reinvestment zone is a step in the property tax abatement process under Chapter 312 of the Tax Code. Local governments often use tax abatements to attract new industry and commercial enterprise and encourage the retention and development of existing businesses. Designation of an area as a reinvestment zone is required before the City Council has the ability to offer a tax abatement. The 110.39 acres proposed for reinvestment zone is located again at 24th Street and Loop 335. The reason for creating this zone is to provide council the option to offer an economic development incentive to a prospective warehouse facility. Before council, I'll read kind of the rules. Before council may consider a new zone, it must be preceded by a public hearing with 7 days written notice of the hearing provided to the presiding officer of each of the taxing entities with jurisdiction in the zone and notice of the hearing in a newspaper of general circulation in the city. And those items were completed. Would certainly entertain any questions on that. Certainly we'll get into the meat of the project with the next 2 agenda items. But this is just to create the reinvestment zone. Mayor.
Questions, council?
Mayor, are we going to have discussion on all 3 of those items in O&P before we entertain votes and motions on each of those, where we can discuss it as an entire package?
Mayor, if you'd like, and I did indicate to council that we could talk about all of these before you took action on any of them, if y'all wanted. If you want, I can go ahead and have Kevin walk us through the incentive agreement and the location incentive agreement. I mean, the tax abatement and the location incentive agreement time, just so you have a full picture of what this package, what this entity will bring to our community and what we will give to get this
the other slides
before you take action on any of the 3.
Okay, let's go ahead and hear those other presentations. If we're going to aggregate the discussion, let's make sure we've aggregated the presentation so we have all that in front of us.
Kevin, if you would, let's walk through the proposed abatement and then also
Absolutely.
the location incentive agreement, and then take questions from council on all three. Then we can take action on them separately.
That's correct. Yes, sir. This is consider approval of a tax abatement agreement between the City of Amarillo and Amazon Services LLC, ET Amarillo LLC, and Happy Horizons. I would like to introduce Jessica Bro. She is the Economic Development Manager from Amazon. She's located in Nashville, Tennessee, but she has Texas as her area in economic development. So, Jessica, are you on?
I am. Hello. Hi, Council, Mayor, Kevin.
Welcome, Jessica. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
waiting. Sorry, you're the last item on the agenda.
No problem.
What time is it in Tennessee? Is it 6:30?
No, it's 5:30. I'm on Central Time in Nashville, just in the Central Time Zone.
So with the tax abatement, Amazon Services LLC is considering constructing a new non-sortable distribution center in Amarillo. The facility would be the first of its kind in West Texas and would help Amazon service its customers in our region with large item orders. The highlights of this project include construction of a new 1 million square foot facility on 110.39 acres located at 24th Street and Loop 335. $100 million in capital investment, 70 million of that in facility improvements, and 30 million in equipment. The project that we'll talk about, but I can go ahead and put it here. They're proposing that it would be 500 new employees or FTE equivalents, and a $13.5 million minimum in new payroll projected. AEDC is requesting on behalf of Amazon to abate the tax for 50% for 5 years. And before you ask a question, I do want to say a couple of thank yous to city staff. And before I get into the slides about the economic impact, Andrew Freeman has a lot to do with this project and very appreciative. He was the very first person to get the call on this project at the city level. And then also Floyd and Kyle Sneederjohn, Floyd Hartman, Kyle Sneederjohn helped a lot out with some of the things that are going on out at the location currently. But project scope, as I said, 100 million in new capital expenditure, 500 new full-time equivalents, potentially. Next slide, Stephanie. This is the proposal, 5 years, 50% tax abatement on the real and personal property. We think that's a great deal because Amazon wins that they're getting 50% abated for 5 years, and the city wins that some of the taxes are collected, when it's built. And so next slide, Stephanie. You can see some of the economic impact. It's unbelievable. 866 jobs when you consider the spinoff. Those are jobs that are created exponentially from the direct jobs. So 500 direct jobs, spinoff of 366.5 to give you 866.5 new jobs. These numbers, the $23 million with the spinoff, that's an annual number. And then the salary and wages, that equates to $560 million over a 20-year period. And the taxable sales and purchases from those residents that work out there and what Amazon does, $151.79 million. So you're looking at a total economic impact of about $725 million, which is substantial. Next slide, you can see some of the way that's structured with the spinoff, the salaries on the direct and indirect jobs. Of course, $98 to $100 million capital investment. You can see the benefits over the period of time and net benefit. That's on city and government services. That's not the overall impact. That's just on water and sewer usage, those kind of items. And the next page will show kind of a clip of that. So next slide, Stephanie. You can see sales tax collected, 3 million, real property taxes, utility revenue, and then you have some utility. Obviously, if you have utility revenue from those residences that work, the residents that work there, and also from the building itself, you're going to have some expense with that. And so the cost of the utility, you're netting about $1 million in that over the 20-year period. And then the cost of government services, fire, police, those kind of things add on the $3.8 million. And then you add in $940,000 would be the tax abatement. You can see at the top of the page, but a huge project to consider. They did not, and Jessica can comment on this, they did not ask for a tax abatement from the school district, Amarillo College, or the Panhandle Groundwater District. They don't like to take dollars out of education, and so they did not pursue a tax abatement with the school district or Amarillo College. I would certainly answer any questions on those slides as presented.
Council questions?
And the tax abatement agreement was included in your packet, is in the official agenda towards the end. Potter County will consider, just so you know, Potter County is going to consider this same request on February 8th at their next regularly scheduled meeting, which is a week from Monday.
So this is a lot of information, and maybe you did say this and I've already forgotten it. So how far away would opening of business occur?
So kind of to give you an idea, this is, you know, I talked about the steps last time in the process. This is step 4, 5, and 6, or 3, 4, and 5. The 6th step is the Potter County to consider this and approve that, hopefully. And then the 7th step would be for Amazon to make the decision to choose Amarillo with this process. And if they do that, they want to be up and running sometime in early quarter 4, late quarter 3, early quarter 4. So it's going to be a fast process once all the approvals are made at the Amazon corporate level. And Jessica may be able to talk to that more than I can.
Yeah, happy to jump in there, Kevin, but that's absolutely correct. So still a couple of steps for us left in the due diligence process. Certainly this meeting this evening and the conversation with the county is a large part of that. But if, you know, the project does move forward, we would anticipate and hope and be working towards having the building operational before Amazon's peak season. So that, you know, late 3rd quarter, early 4th quarter of this year.
Other questions, council? Okay, Kevin, anything else?
No, ma'am. On letter P, this is to consider approval of the location incentive agreement between Amazon or Amarillo Economic Development Corporation and Amazon.com Services LLC. Amazon.com Services LLC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Amazon, is looking to build a 1 million square foot non-sortable fulfillment center at the corner of Northeast 24th and Loop 335. Again, the highlights of the project include $70 million in estimated improvements to the facility, $30 million in new equipment, 500 new employees projected, and a $13.5 million new payroll projected. Amarillo Economic Development Corporation Board voted on this on January 19th with a 5-0 vote to incentivize Amazon at $2.5 million, which requires Amazon to have 500 employees employed for 5 years and at an annual payroll of no less than $13.5 million over that period. In talking to Jessica, and you do your homework when you look up Amazon, their employees are incentivized with benefits at 30 hours. And so they have a tremendous benefit package that would rival anybody in town. And so we're really thrilled with the benefit package that they offered. And so, like I said, the AEDC board voted on January 19th, a 5-0 vote to incentivize Amazon for $2.5 million for the creation of those jobs and payroll. So typically we've brought a per job incentive. This is an overall numeric number with the 500 and 13.5 million tied together.
And Kevin, I'm happy to share with council sort of how we would intend to use that $2.5 million in grant funds. So we have several infrastructure projects that are part of the overall site development that would need to take place in order for that property to be able to operate efficiently for Amazon distribution. And so we would put those grant funds towards some of those infrastructure projects.
other questions for either Jessica or the AEDC team?
I actually have a comment, Mayor, if you'll allow me to give some kudos.
Of course.
I want to give kudos to our health department. What a tremendous recruiting tool that's going to be for us in the future. We've already got 11.4% of our population vaccinated, and we're the #1 in the nation. So kudos to Casey and her team and everybody that's involved in that. It is going to be a huge recruiting tool for us going forward, and we're certainly going to take advantage of that when we are able to get out on the recruiting trail. And so I just wanted to make those comments. Thank you for letting me make them.
Thank you for that. We all know that Amarillo is a great city, a great place to live, and it's teamwork like that that makes it possible, and it's fun to have a national headline and a national focus on our city for a job well done.
Jessica, how do you pronounce your last name?
It's bro. Like, what's up, bro?
Thank you.
Sure thing. Obviously not a native Tennessean. You can probably figure out where I grew up.
Louisiana.
Probably not the first time you got that question either.
Yeah, most definitely. I would give you 3 guesses, but you don't need them. So.
Okay, anything else for the presentation team before we discuss? Okay, do we have a motion then? Well, we're not going to go right to motions. Typically we would. First, we're going to pause and do a general discussion about items N, O, and P. Councilmember Hayes, do you want to start us since you thought you made the suggestion we do them all together?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And Kevin, I just want to compliment you and your team and all the city staff that has worked on this project. I think you have negotiated a very fair deal, a good deal for the city, going through all the steps. And, you did your job. You were supposed to evaluate projects and bring in opportunities for jobs. And so again, kudos to you and your team.
Thank you.
And Mayor, I wanted to have an opportunity to discuss some citizen concerns that have been raised. And I know we've all received several notices, and just to have a chance to share those concerns, those citizen concerns that have been brought to us, and include those as part of the conversation. And really, I have 2 primary things. One is this has been a very unusual year, and so the timing of this project is a bit of a challenge, in that at a year where our local businesses have been limping along and struggling to stay afloat with the COVID-19 restrictions, it has been an opportunity for larger companies, big box companies, online companies, and certainly for Amazon to have just record-breaking years. I think the third quarter gross profit was up 36.12%. The annual was 28.25%. And so, this year to be asking for preferential treatment cash up front for a project for a company that has been an incredibly successful year is a difficult time to ask our community to be using our tax dollars for that. I am not opposed to economic incentive programs. It's not a principle. I know it's part of the game. I know it's part of the system. And again, to my point earlier, I think that Kevin has negotiated something very fair. So it's not the principle of an economic impact. It's the timing. But to a larger issue, and looking at just the partnership with this company in our community, I am very concerned about the actions that the parent company has taken over the last couple of weeks related to free speech issues. And very specifically, Amazon has cut off the social network Parler from the cloud hosting service, Amazon Web Services. denied the use of their infrastructure unless demands to control content were met, which they have not been met, and so that company is still remaining dark. Along with Apple and Google, Amazon participated in a coordinated attack by the big tech giants to kill competition in the marketplace and censor conservative speech. And that is very disturbing to me. It's a huge concern of something that when there is that much power and control to silence opposition, it gives me hesitation in pursuing. Right now, there are states that are writing legislative policy objectives that would include fighting large corporate censorship by establishing free speech states, prohibiting state and local governments from contracting with corporations that are engaged in deplatforming. Any company that would deny services on basis of legally protected speech or political activity. And so this is something that I would like to celebrate this opportunity, but because of these issues I'm raising, I have major hesitations and put that on the table before the rest of the council. And I do hate that we have not had an opportunity to have this conversation previously before today's vote. One has been just some of these things have been recent activities, and some has just been the calendar, just the schedule of not having that opportunity. And so my apologies to council for presenting something with such a challenge before you on the day that we're voting.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts, Councilmember Hayes. Other council members who want to talk about this project, share their thoughts. And Kevin, while they're putting their thoughts together, I just want to make sure I got my notes, my arithmetic right. This is over a 20-year period, has a $716 million impact on our community. Is that right?
That's correct. Roughly a $35 million economic impact every year.
35 million every year.
Yeah, somewhere in there, 30, 34, 33, somewhere in that mid 30 range.
Okay.
And that's probably going to go up. If wages go up, that economic impact would certainly go up as well.
Okay. Other thoughts, council? I guess if not other thoughts, maybe a motion.
So, Mayor, first of all, I would like to just give a warm Texas howdy to Jessica and say welcome. The Amazon project coming to our city is much needed, and it's a project that's going to benefit our entire city. So I have to look at the big picture, and I am all in favor of that, especially in the part of town where the construction is taking place. There has not been a whole lot of revitalization on that side of town in many, many years. So this project with Amazon coming brings a lot of hope to the citizens in that part of town, as well as jobs, opportunity to make a livable wage, and also an opportunity to have great benefits. So the community in this part of town, which is the northeast part of town, they are extremely excited about this project.
Thank you, Councilmember Powell. Gentlemen, any comments?
I think this is one of the biggest projects we've seen come before us. I think that there's a lot of great added benefits to our city, and I'm fully for us moving forward.
Thank you, Councilmember.
I'd say the same thing. I'm for moving forward. I'm told very frequently about how we lost a big deal to Plainview. And I don't that to happen here. So I'm in favor of this.
I agree.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. Do we have a motion on, let's go back to item N, which is the tax increment reinvestment zone, the tier zone item, which is necessary in order to grant a tax abatement. Do we have a motion with regard to ordinance number 7901?
Yes, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 7901, designating certain areas of the city as reinvestment zone number 12 for commercial and industrial tax abatement. This zone is approximately 110.39 acres in the vicinity of Northeast 24th Avenue and Loop 335.
Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Powell and seconded both by Councilmembers Sauer and Smith at the same time to approve ordinance number 7901. Any further discussion or comments, questions about the motion? Councilmember Hayes, anything?
There was one other issue that I did not bring up, but I did just in response to, it's the balancing of those jobs. And I have weighed that very carefully before even bringing this topic up, and that there are, I would like to hear some assurances from Jessica on just some of the concerns when Kevin stated earlier too on just doing research and looking at some of the benefits and things. And I have some concerns on the history of the lawsuits and for safety conditions, for safety during COVID. And Frida, to address your point, very valid. It's like we're looking for jobs, and it's like sometimes being sure that those workers are also being treated fairly and that they have an opportunity to share their concerns, because just some of the litigation, some of the things going on in Alabama right now give me pause in wanting to protect our workers and our workforce as well.
Sure. So I'm happy to comment on some of our worker safety related to COVID-19. So certainly safety of our associates is paramount to our entire company and is our first priority. So in response to COVID, we made over 150 different process changes in those very early weeks of the pandemic to make sure that, our associates were protected, not only working inside our fulfillment centers, but also those associates who are making delivery direct to our customer homes. So that was important, for our associates, and then also for individuals who were of vulnerable populations and requiring and relying on home delivery services to make it through those early months where people were not, leaving home or able to leave home. We've invested over $4 billion in safety measures. That includes PPE, and all sorts of things that we've done inside our facilities. We actually utilize a technology in our fulfillment centers where associates are able to see on a camera if they are too close to the associate next to them. So if you are walking in a fulfillment center and you get too close to your associate, you'll see a red ring around yourself. If you're a safe distance apart, you get a green ring around yourself. So we're doing lots of things like that. Of course, temperature screens for our associates. We do on-site testing so that we're able to monitor, and we know, if an individual is feeling ill. People are given paid time off if they are sick or have been exposed to COVID. And so I feel like we've done a lot to protect our workers in that space, and we'll continue to do that as we all kind of navigate, this pandemic going forward.
Thank you. I appreciate hearing your feedback.
Thank you, Jessica. So we have a motion with regard to item N. We're ready to call the question.
May I call for the question?
Okay. All of those in favor of the motion on ordinance number 7901, please raise your hand. All of those opposed? Okay, that item passes with a 4-1 vote. Moving on to consider item O, a tax abatement agreement. Do we have a motion with regard to item O?
Yes, Mayor, we do. I move to approve the tax abatement agreement between the City of Amarillo and Amazon Services LLC, ET Amarillo LLC, and Happy Horizons, and that's with a 50% abatement of future taxes on the construction and equipment costs for 5 years.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Powell and a second by Councilmember Sauer. Any further questions or discussions about the motion on that tax abatement agreement? All of those in favor, please raise your hand. All of those opposed? That passes with a 4-1 vote. And the last item is item P, which is to consider the approval of a location incentive agreement between the Amarillo Economic Development Corporation and Amazon.com Services LLC. We have a motion with regard to item P.
Yes, Mayor, we do. I move to approve the location incentive agreement between Amarillo Economic Development Corporation and Amazon.com Services LLC. And that is for the Amarillo Economic Development Corporation to provide Amazon.com Services LLC $2,500,000 for the creation of up to at least 500 full-time employees and an annual payroll of $13,500,000. And these funds will be paid out upfront and will be based on a 5-year performance term.
Okay.
Been moved by Councilmember Powell and seconded by Councilmember Smith to approve the location incentive agreement referenced in item 3P on the agenda. Any further questions or discussions about the motion? All of those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. All of those opposed? The item passes with a 4-1 vote. Congratulations, AEDC team. I think this is historic for our. Yes.
No,
yes,
so thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean
yeah,
to
no,
catch up.
that's
We're a little behind, I think.
Okay, yeah. Zoom. I just think y'all have done a tremendous job, and kudos to Andrew Freeman on the city staff as well. I think hopefully Potter County will see the value of the overall economic impact of this project to our community. And Jessica, we want to thank you for all of the work you put in on this project, and we thank you for your patience today in sitting through this long agenda. So we look forward to having those jobs and having those dollars in our city.
Thank you, Mayor and Council and the AEDC and staff. Certainly appreciate the opportunity and look forward to continuing to work with you all.
Okay.
Thank you.
That does bring us to the end of our agenda today. I want to thank all the staff and especially thank the city council members for the work that they do in these business meetings. We got a lot done today and heard some interesting things. So thank you all for your time, for sharing your thoughts and your comments, and we are adjourned.